various sketches just for information. Good morning, 3rd April 2020, Corona year. Corona, killer of world, killer of humanity. Seriousness, a must. Precaution, a must. No solution but precaution. Saudhani. Corona, devil has attacked us and we have to tolerate it until we can kill it. That's so simple. Canada to Far East and all world under its attack. No way to come out as of this day, and hundreds of doctors have lost their lives. Hundreds of doctors and others have lost their lives. Thousands of people have lost their lives. It's spreading like unexpected. No one expected this as it has done. It's so far victorious over humanity, and humanity got no solution. It's not because of humanity cannot get solution, because of so many factors that supported it. Its survival, its birth, and for which we all are jointly responsible. All. Well, there's no time to criticize someone or not to criticize someone, but people who are not responsible, people including leaders of whole world. No way out. Only precautionary measures can be adopted till it is known what it was. So far it's not known. That is only regret we can say. But lockdowns are going on all over the world. Hundreds of countries, I think, part or in full, lockdowns are being practiced and observed. And what is actually a fact of that is also unclear till now. No one can answer that, and we at this moment cannot find answer. Only assumptions. Well, one more thing, one more lesson we should learn from Corona. Forget about who's dying, who's not dying. Everybody has to die one day. And we should remember that this is actually threshold of change of world. Threshold of change of world. दुनिया का वो दहली जहाँ से हमको चेंज की बिल्डिंग में जाना है कोरोना की वजह से. To 8 billion persons of world must learn a lesson now which they never learned before, that life is not permanent. We forget all time that we have to respect nature. We never respected that, and that we have to think for good of earth. We should think of plus and honesty, sincerity and respect to and regard to world, Mother Earth, that we never did. We did only in songs, only in talks, only in speeches, only in preaching, but not in practical aspect. That is very important at this point in 2020. Actually, 2020 has acted as teacher to humanity, and to particularly those who are involved in corruption, who are involved in all illegal acts. It's a lesson to all those top to bottom. Big lesson that life has to terminate its length. So we have to go with that. We have to live with that. Those who kept brilliance, who used to have pride in getting riches, in getting world status, in comparing I am first 20 or top 20 or top 10 or world's richest person. That fake and false and hoax pride must go. No one is richest and no one is poorest. Actually, it's only materially they are richest, they are poorest. Character wise, moral wise, they are not. Moral wise, lowest category of person can be richest. We don't need money for being morals, having morals. We must learn a lesson. And in particular to those people who directly are responsible to construct and develop various nations and world and develop its path, develops its degree of progress. Those people and who are responsible to maintain health of people of this world. I mean to say those people who are involved with development, with changes of society, changes of standard of a country, changes of whole world, and facilitate people to enjoy better facilities. To support health, those people both are responsible for changing world as well as maintaining world's health. My message is to those people who are responsible for change of world status of development. I'm not talking doctors, they know very well what they are doing. I have no way to comment on them. They are great people. In this emergency time, they have worked well, they are working well, in spite of the fact that they have lost many lives. In Italy itself, more than 50 doctors have lost their lives. This is official figure. Unofficially, I can't say. In every country, they are losing their lives. Doctors, nurses, and other health workers. They have been losing their life in our country also. In various other countries, doctors are losing lives. It's not because they do not know their job. It's not only because it's absence of will of these political leaders who did not provide them facilities like masks, like gears, and like all that. They are working without that and lost their lives. So pitiful it is, so regretful it is that doctors, so highly qualified, educated people who serve humanity, these political leaders, did not do any work for them. All political leaders of the world, all including Trump, our country, and France, and really all that. It's a really pity that we cannot think of such qualified doctors. And it's not to say that in one day doctor can become. It takes a whole life to become a good doctor, and we don't care for them. Still, it's happened in Delhi. Even Delhi doctors are given facilities. Forget about other areas of our country. We are very much busy in other issues, religious issues, social issues, unnecessary issues. We have no basics to think about what we should do. We kept sleeping for months together since this problem was discovered or informed. Nobody took any serious action all over the world. We did not take any serious action in our country. Trump did not take any serious action in USA, and European countries did not take serious action in their relevant areas. It is really pity that what sort of political leaders we are in. Means democracy has failed somewhere, and people did not understand meaning of power of people, and ultimately people are losing their lives because of these leaders who are never serious. They roam from one country to other country all years, all 5 years, 4 years, meeting this man, meeting, but they did not fulfill basic requirements. They never anticipated that this could happen. And now more reliable people than these leaders are dying. Doctors, they are dying. Doctors is an asset of world, it's not of any country. Because doctor can go anywhere, wherever. Italy is getting doctors from so many areas. Even Albania is giving doctor, France is giving doctor, and Germany, and many other sources are coming in. Doctors in Pakistan, doctors working in England or in somewhere else, in Spain they are working. You cannot say that doctor is only for your country. When emergency exists, doctors play their role. Doctors play their role. It's very important, and in fact this is honorable now. A judge cannot be honorable than a doctor. Doctor is more honorable because a question of life and that. Judge cannot save life of someone. Judge can only deliver judgment. But doctor applies knowledge. Doctor applies skill. Provided that doctor is doctor, not a money maker. Here is no question of money. Doctor is doctor. Simple. Some doctors have proved they are really doing medical services. But otherwise, I am talking of engineers. All engineers, particularly in our country, Bharat, India, experience tells something different, that engineers have not proved to that level they should prove. They have done good projects, they have developed nation, but subject to what? Subject to submission to political powers. You may say, why I am talking this at this stage? No, it's not a question of this stage. It's a permanent consideration, permanent, you can say, assumption that particularly in government services, engineers, in private services, engineers, and in freelancing, all engineers, they now have to be serious. It's time, it's the threshold, it's initiation time that basics engineers, basics I mean to say, civil, electrical, mechanical, who are root of engineering, who are root of development, without which development cannot start. They have to change their mindset. I know they are not independent, they are not any power, but they have one power, and that is work. Standard work, quality work, powerful work. They did or did not forget it. Think it now. If you do your job, if engineers do the job according to requirement, according to quality, according to loyalty in engineering, according to the promotion in engineering, according to everything, with ethics, that is required. All, everywhere, everywhere, on every building, every project, everything. This had been missing for decades due to whatever factors, whatever reasons. That's not an issue. Now they must change their path. It has to go. Enough is enough. When we have to die one day, every day is gone on in our life. But why should we submit to those who are not responsible for that job? Ultimately, you are responsible. Just for sake of some bribe or some permission or something else, you do disloyalty to your profession. What does it mean? We have to raise a question now. Why did I pass engineering? This question to every engineer. Okay, your aim was to pass engineering, your ambition was to become an engineer, that's fine. Then, did you follow up what was required in engineering after passing on job? That's another question. And if you did not know why you did not do that, you also have to answer. And you have to answer, how long shall you do like that? Just submit to others? And how can you stop that? These answers, these questions must be answered now, because you have to change yourself in coming times. All engineering community. No compromise. You have to decide why I became an engineer. That is not an issue. You are an engineer. And also those who are going to engineering in future, for them to think now, if you are not gone to engineering, whether or not you can sacrifice for whole world, for your country, for quality, for standards. Join engineering education or forget it. Crowd is no use if there is no quality. There may be millions of engineers, but of no quality means useless. It's just scrap. We do not need scrap. We need quality engineers, and quality engineers. And when we say quality engineers, means we are independent to an extent working of engineering is concerned, to an extent quality management is concerned. Politics may manage us, administration may manage us, but as far as work in engineering is concerned, we shall not allow anybody's interference. You can interfere in budget, you can interfere somewhere else, but as far as standard and working is concerned, quality criteria is concerned, no compromise. No compromise and no compromise. Forget you earn extra or by illegal act you make money. Forget that. Your education was your ambition. Did at that time you thought that I will use my engineering education for promoting illegal acts or secret acts by political powers and others, or whoever gives you a job, that promoter or builder? Did you think that? If you think that and then you study engineering, then you are a curse on engineering itself, because engineering is not just a profession, it is a real faith, it's a religion. Engineering is a religion because it supports development. Engineering is a reason, it's a religion, it's the faith of truth that you are using God's material, God's provided material, raw material into physical entity. So it's different. You are not a dealer. You are not an agent of others. Engineering does not mean that you appoint yourself an agent to political leaders, to business leaders, to promoters, and to all those. Your education is not meant for that purpose. And if you think that, then you are unto yourself, within yourself, a criminal. You have to decide that one. For just sake of little money, you submit to them, you compromise quality, or you do some bungling. That is not acceptable in engineering now. We have to decide ourselves, because every engineer is an institution in itself, group of engineers is an institution itself, and whole engineering profession is institutionalized in certain manner that it works every time for continuous development, whatever level of engineer would be. But that engineer adds directly to assets and indirectly to social change through national and international development. Social change, development change, national change. This is what engineer is all about. Engineer is not meant to support crime, to support corruption, to cooperate with those who are corrupt. This is not job of engineer. Engineering doesn't mean that. No, there is no book in engineering, no chapter in engineering that forces you to support those who are criminals or who are politicians. They want to get undue a benefit of engineers by their force or by their power. You have to determine now. Just for little sake of money, you want to involve yourself with those people, or you want to keep off those corrupt people. This you have to decide now. It's time. It's change of world. Thinking must go now. Whoever is left or not left, that's not an issue here. You have to change your character. A whole community must change its character of working. Why do you involve in corruption? Only you know. Because you want to make money with illegal means. That is only a reason. No one can force you to be corrupt or to be standing with corrupt. to sit with them and to work for them. Engineering does not mean to work for corrupt. Engineering means to develop society, to bring social standards change to community, whoever they are, without any consideration of religion or caste or class or whatsoever breed. So, in India and also in many other parts where Indian disease has gone, we have to take ourselves into that question mark. You may be senior, you may be old, you may be young, you may be new. It applies to all. Because you have to keep your mind clear of corruption. Because I have seen people think that we will do contractorship, we'll make money, and we will do this and that, we'll make money. Making money is not your job. Making quality, making good product, good delivery is your job. This is what today's problem teaches you. Today's corona teaches you that life is not forever. Life is not forever. And that teaches doctors also, that if you are not well prepared, if your leaders are not prepared, you lose your life. Doctor, for 50 or more doctors have died in Italy and many others. Everywhere they are dying. Nurses are dying, doctors are dying. And it's a very serious issue. And I pass this blame to all those political leaders in every country. They did not take care of what they should be. They are not prepared. And they are responsible all over the world. This is a lesson for everybody. Do not submit to them for nothing. You want to stay in job, you don't want transfer, you have many other family problems, that is only a reason. And for doctors also, same reason. If they are transferred, they worry, oh, my family shall be disturbed. At that point, now it's serious time. This is thinking time. Maybe you have to re-enter your life. You have to submit to them again. You must think now, shall you submit? You submit to them for legal act, not for corrupt act. You use your engineering for development of nation. You have to teach people now what should be done, what should not be done, because whole environment of engineering, whole environment of this development is polluted one. I feel in addition to air pollution, this quality is also polluted in our country. It's very shameful. वेरी शेमफुल. आज समय आ गया है 2020 में, कोरोना ईयर में, और कोरोना हमारा एक तरह से किलर बन के आया है, तो एक तरह से हमारा टीचर भी बन के आया है. ये सिखा रहा है, दोबारा जगा रहा है सबको, लाइफ का कोई भरोसा नहीं है. लाइफ का कोई भरोसा नहीं है, और ये सच बात बता रहा है वो. हमको बात को सुनना चाहिए. हमारे देश में या सभी देश में दो वर्ग ऐसे होते हैं जो बहुत जिम्मेदारी के होते हैं. उसमें एक होते हैं अभियंता वर्ग, जिसको इंजीनियर कहा जाता है, जैसे सिविल, इलेक्ट्रिकल, मैकेनिकल के वास्तुकार, अभियंता जो देश को बनाने में योगदान देते हैं. और दूसरे वो डॉक्टर्स, चिकित्सक जो पब्लिक की हेल्थ की उत्तरदायी संभालते हैं. ये दो अगर ना हो तो देश बर्बाद है. हेल्थ नहीं है, स्वास्थ्य नहीं है और विकास नहीं है. ये दोनों ना हो तो देश समझ लीजिए जल जाएगा, पब्लिक ख़त्म हो जाएगी, जंगली हो जाएगी, आदिवासी बन जाएगी. ये बात समझने की बात है. तो आज देश के उन लोगों को जो कॉमन मैन है, जो सामान्य है, सोचना होगा कि हमें कैसी दुनिया चाहिए, कैसा देश चाहिए, हमें भारत कैसा चाहिए, विश्व कैसा चाहिए. बौखलाने से काम नहीं चलेगा. लोग बौखला रहे हैं, बौखलाने से काम नहीं चलेगा. अब उनको बौखलवाना होगा जिन्होंने ये हालत करा के छोड़ी है, और विश्व के सारे नेता जो एक दूसरे से कहीं ना कहीं इस बात के लिए जिम्मेदार हैं, उत्तरदायित्व हैं. इटली में 50 से ज़्यादा डॉक्टर मर जाते हैं, और भी जगह जगह मर जाते हैं. क्यों मर जाते हैं? अब ये प्रश्न तो उठना चाहिए. आप क्या करते थे देश के नेताओं, सभी देशों के नेताओं? आपको कुछ नहीं सोचा इस बारे में. अगर नहीं सोचा तो आप उस चेयर के लायक नहीं हो जहाँ बैठे हो. सबके लिए वहाँ की पब्लिक सोचे. और डॉक्टर्स को सोचना चाहिए कि आप ऐसे हालात में रह रहे थे, आप बोले कभी नहीं। आपको इतना डर किस बात का रहता है? नेताओं का रहता है। अरे आप डॉक्टर हैं, आप डॉक्टर बने हैं, छोटी बात नहीं होती है। डॉक्टर बनने में बहुत पढ़ाई करनी पड़ती है, बहुत समय लगता है। जैसे इंजीनियर बनने में पढ़ाई करनी पड़ती है और समय लगता है। आज डॉक्टर ना हो तो क्या होता सोच लीजिए। डॉक्टर तो अपना काम कर रहे हैं, सभी वक्त कर रहे हैं, जितने भी हेल्थ वर्कर्स हैं, नर्स हों, दूसरे हों, अपना काम कर रहे हैं, ये करते रहे हैं। लेकिन वो क्या कर रहे थे? जो इनको पैसा देते हैं, जिनकी जिम्मेदारी होती है, वो क्या करते रहे थे? खाली बोलना, अपनी जिम्मेदारी से भागना। सब जिम्मेदारी से भाग रहे हैं। ट्रंप भी जिम्मेदारी से भाग रहा है, इटली का लीडर भी जिम्मेदारी से भाग चुका है, फ्रांस वाला भी भाग रहा है। और हमारे की तो बात ही छोड़ो, उनकी तो बात करना बेकार है, समय खराब करने वाली बात है। जो जिम्मेदारी का मतलब ही नहीं समझते, उनसे क्या बात करना। आज समय है। आज एक शिक्षक आए हुए हैं दुनिया के, और उनका नाम है श्रीमान कोरोना। वो बता रहे हैं सुधर जाओ, सुधर जाओ, अभी भी समय। और मेरा ये निवेदन है हमारे देश के अभियंता वर्ग से, इंजीनियर से, सिविल इलेक्ट्रिकल मैकेनिकल से, वो लोग जो मकानों का, सड़कों का सारा काम करते हैं, पुल बनाते हैं, रेल बनाते हैं, और जहाज या कहीं भी ऐसे काम करते हैं, बिजली का काम करते हैं, एसी का काम करते हैं, उन सभी लोगों से, सिविल इलेक्ट्रिकल मैकेनिकल के इंजीनियर से निवेदन है कि अब आपको दूसरा पाथ अपनाना होगा। आप जहाँ भी हों, जहाँ भी काम करते हों, सरकारी में हो, गैर सरकारी में हो, या अपनी प्रैक्टिस भी करते हो, अब आपको डिसीजन लेना होगा, फैसला करना होगा कि हम काम इंजीनियरिंग के हिसाब से करेंगे, क्वालिटी के हिसाब से करेंगे, किसी के कहने के दबाव में नहीं आएंगे, जो कि बहुत लोग आते रहे हैं, पॉलिटिकल दबाव में, राजनीतिक दबाव में, या किसी और दबाव में। इंजीनियर जो पढ़ाई करता है इसलिए नहीं करता कि वो एजेंट बन जाए इन राजनीतिक वालों का, इन नेताओं का, कि जैसा ये कहें वैसा करता रहे, और हमारी एजुकेशन की वजह से, हमारी मेहनत की वजह से ये लोग कमाते रहे हेराफेरी करके। ऐसा हमारी एजुकेशन ने नहीं सिखाया। आज ये आपको फिक्स करना होगा, चेंज करना होगा अपने कर्तव्यों को, अपने एक्ट को, अपने डीड्स को, कि हम इनको सबमिट नहीं करेंगे चाहे कुछ हो जाए। आज भारत बलिदान मांग रहा है, इन नेताओं को ठीक करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि दुनिया भर में, भारत में, सब जगह काम जितने भी होते हैं उसमें हम लोग इन्वॉल्व होते हैं, किसी भी रूप में होते हैं। और अगर हम सही काम करेंगे, सही डिमांड करेंगे क्वालिटी की, सब चीज़ों की, चाहे वो कॉन्ट्रैक्टर का काम हो, किसी का हो, तो ये नेता उससे कुछ नहीं ले पाएंगे। और शायद फिर अच्छे कॉन्ट्रैक्टर भी आएंगे, क्योंकि उनको खाने पीने का जब रास्ता नहीं मिलेगा तो अपने आप अच्छे हो जाएंगे, या वो उस फील्ड से भाग जाएंगे। और यही हम चाहते हैं कि अच्छे आदमी आएँ और जो भ्रष्ट हो चले जाएँ, वो नेता हों या ठेकेदार हो, कोई हो। नेताओं की तो दुकानें हैं, हम जानते हैं, उनकी तो इंडस्ट्री है पॉलिटिक्स की, उनकी तो इंडस्ट्री या फैक्ट्री है, उसको तो उन्होंने से कमाना है। लेकिन हम किसकी फैक्ट्री है? हमने पढ़ाई इसलिए की होती है कि हम आके नेताओं के दलाल बन जाएं, उनकी सेवा करें, काम हम करें, मेहनत हम करें, हमारी गलती से वो खा जाएं। क्या हमने इसलिए की थी? क्या हमको पैसा कमाने की मशीन है? सोचने की बात है। क्या हम गलत टेंडर का अरेंज करें? क्या हम हेराफेरी करके मैनेजमेंट करें? We have to think all about this. We have to think about this. It's a time. Seriously, I am requesting all engineers of this country, stop submitting to pressures. Work pressure is different, but this pressure from these people in politics and power, that must be discarded. Maybe you are affected by them, maybe, probably. Do not submit them. If every engineer thinks that, how can this will survive? If engineer works to quality, 80% of corruption can be removed, because engineer is not alone. Every project is linked to many hundreds of people, leaders, many leaders and many other business people. If engineer decides, no, I will accept only those activities, those works, those products which are in line to requirement, of course, you will not get any extra money on that except your salary or remuneration. Or you may be transferred somewhere sometimes. Accept that. How long ultimately? The other guy comes, and if he does same, the other guy comes, he does same. So it's chain of honesty, chain of sincerity, and chain of reliability that will be built. So once this working development exists, certainly works will be quality one. That's the point I wanted to share with Bharat, India engineering community of civil, electrical, mechanical, because other branches do not directly involve on works, do not directly involve. So they can be taken separately. If something here they can move, if development unit is not available, no building is available, no infrastructure is available, those people cannot start their work. So we have to be very restricted now to respect these leaders, because think of that you have to leave this world one day certainly, and none of this will help you. Yes, by doing so you will get, of course, less money. You will get your salary only, or your whatever you are in free, your fees only. You may not get some new benefits which you may get. I'm not sure. I'm just trying to assume that there are some people who do not respect quality, and quality is very important because quality measures what this work is. There may be quantity but no quality, then this is no work. And there may be a balance of both, that's fine. I agree. Whatever is required must be done. So this is clear message to my colleagues in this country as well as in other countries, that make a decision that you have to work as an engineer and not an agent to leaders or businessmen or to others. Respect of fact that they may take off your job, they may bring someone else, but if they find, say, new guy also the same, these person certainly change their time, their mind, and that mindset is required, or they must feel that people have changed, so they have to change on that. They have to reduce their profit margins on what they want, and they have to come to tracks with people, because this is the money of people, this is not their money of nesting in business. I am getting profit out of that. This is public who is responsible for development. I'm not involved in politics in this. I'm not a politician. But what I have noticed, quality has dropped. Quality is dropping day by day, moment by moment, and there's no one to think and rethink on that. Thinking and thinking creates your basics in your mind that you have to do this, and like this. It's easy to say compromise. It's easy to yes sir. It's easy to submit. All this is submission. If you say yes, compromise, I do this. Every time I say do this. Why do you say I do this? You should say it will be done per requirement. Finish. I do this or I don't do this. That is not an answer, because you are doing as engineer, and engineer means requirement. We have to fulfill what this item demands according to this documents, according to engineering specifications and everything. That change you have to bring it now to our country probably, and we have to bring our country to a level, raise this to a level where all of the countries start imitating us, or start thinking, see how these Indians have changed, these Bharatis have changed. We have got some standard and we must salute them. We must draw knowledge from them. And I know if I start this based on our power, our potential of engineers, they can produce better work than all other countries in this world. I am sure about that. I have seen them working in other countries. They work to any level, to any extent, whatever standard work, they work because we have added quality. We are hard-working people. We are smart, but on work we are defeated by some unknown forces which impact us. So not explaining any further, I would just request everyone When time comes back to its normal, we have to be abnormal. So far we were not abnormal. We have to adjust. We have to say no. Of course not directly, in a defined way which is best for you. Because there are two words in whole world, yes and no. If you say yes, yes, yes and yes, always, this means you cannot be right person. Management principle is defeated. The right man for right job. You are not right man that time. You are not right person that time. You are not right professional if every time you say yes, 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 I do, I do, I do. No. I like that person who sometimes also says in addition to yes, no. Look, when some person says no, you know how much stress that person gets in his mind when uses word no. No means lot of courage in that person, lot of resistance in that person, and lot of resilience in that person. Resilience. You know what is resilience? Just for your reference, I'm telling you. You know, there is a foundation, machine foundation, or some other foundation, building foundation. Well, sometimes it's subject to vibrations by horizontal impacts of forces. Some machine is the machine works, it operates and it transmits by acceleration or it's by some vibrations to foundation. There are two frequencies, we call them. One is natural frequency, one is operating frequency. Natural frequency is frequency that is given by its supporting structure, whereas operating frequency is frequency that machine depends upon. When machine operates, that's a frequency, operating frequency. So these three frequencies are very important. Either should be high or low. We say there's a factor 2 we consider there, control factor. In case these natural frequency and operating frequency are tallied, are equal, that is very dangerous state of that foundation and that machine. So that stage when both are equal, we call it resonance state. So we have to keep in mind which frequency we should follow in our thoughts, in our works. Shall we crumble ourselves and we drop ourselves, or we maintain our might over their might? Remember, no one can work on projects, no promoter, no owner, no political leader. They just order you, I want this project delivered on this date. That's it. They don't do anything on that. It's you, only you, after that, who works on that project to manage its delivery from its start, from commencement to delivery. It's you who is involved, who are involved on that project. So without you, project cannot be done and delivered. So don't worry about those. You have to help them, of course. You have to cooperate with them as far as ethics are concerned, as far as honesty, liability, sincerity is concerned. It's complied with, and you have to decide now that you have to eliminate corruption from projects, from engineering, whether or not you are in consultancy or you are in contractorship or you are somewhere else. This is time now. It's different time, and we have to think differently in a different direction. Forget anything else. Forget everything else. Standardize yourself, and we will change real status. Engineers should bring change to society. This is what for engineers are. Engineering means that change agents we are. We change, you can say, a forest or a desert to industrialized city and a residential area or whatever institutions. This is our style, this is our program, this is our objective for which we are there. Otherwise, we are not required there. So we have to be very careful in this way. I think message is clear. आशा करता हूँ कि मैसेज सभी को समझ आया होगा. इंजीनियर्स को तो आया ही होगा और पब्लिक को भी आना चाहिए, क्योंकि अल्टीमेटली इट इज पब्लिक दैट इज फाइनेंसिंग डायरेक्टली और इनडायरेक्टली all these projects, and they are end users in one way or other. So ultimately this is not politics money, this is engineers money. No, this money comes from society, and that money must be given back to society in forms of these successful delivery of projects. This was my basics. I thought yesterday that I have to give some message to my community, and that message must carry something. And I think you will like this, because when I talk to some engineer, they give me a response in a way that as if nothing is in their hands. Of course there's nothing in their hand, but work is in their hand, quality is in their hand, how to lead your hand, no one else can do that. That's why you cannot say we are in their hands. Actually you are in your hands. You did not determine to how to deal with such people who believe in corruption, who believe in undue advantage to draw for projects. थोड़ा हिंदी में ही बोल देते हैं. देश की जनता का साथ देना चाहिए. देश की जनता का पैसा है जो लगता है प्रोजेक्ट्स पे, मेरा आपका तो नहीं है, नेताओं का तो नहीं है. देश की जनता कमाती है, टैक्स देती है. वो गरीब आदमी जो आशा करता है अच्छी सड़क हो, अच्छे मकान हो, अच्छी सारी चीज़ें हों जो सरकार बनाए, देश बनाए, और उसको नहीं मिलता है तो उसको दुख होता है. क्या कर कुछ नहीं सकता, क्योंकि वो शक्तिशाली नहीं है. उसके पास वो सोचने की शक्ति नहीं है कि किस तरह से मैं एक्शन लूँ. वो बेचारा रोटी में, पानी में, कपड़े में लगा रहता है और वो सोच नहीं सकता, जबकि वो भी कहीं ना कहीं पैसा दे के बैठा है उस काम के लिए. अब समय आ गया है हमको, भारत के लोगों को सोचने के लिए कि आखिर इसका कैसे हिसाब किताब किया जाए, जो कि अभी तक नहीं हुआ. हम नेताओं को भगवान समझ बैठते हैं. कितनी दुख की बात है. इन डॉक्टरों को भगवान नहीं समझते हैं, इन नर्सों को भगवान नहीं समझते हैं, नेताओं को भगवान समझ लेते हैं. मैंने कहा अजीब सी बात देखी, रोटी के ऊपर क्या लिखा है सोचिए आप. मैंने लगाया है पोस्ट, उस पर भी मोदी का नाम लिखा है. रोटी पे अजीब बात है यार, मेरा भैया ख़राब होता है, रोटी पे भी नाम लिखा जाता है कि रोटी कौन दे रहा है. अरे रोटी तो लोगों को खिलाई जाती है, किसे भी खिलाई जा सकती है, उस पर नाम लिखते हैं अपना. इतने मतलब आप वहाँ भी अपना नाम चाहते हैं. हद हो गई भाई. इट्स एक्सेस, इट इज लिमिट. अगर मैं किसी को रोटी दूंगा, बहुत भंडारे होते रहते हैं, उस पर आप अपना नाम लिखते हैं, ये कौन दे रहा है आपको. हद हो गई भाई. सरकारी पैसा, सरकारी सब कुछ, पब्लिक का पैसा, नाम अपना करना चाहते हैं. इतना गिर जाता है नेता. आप ये देखिए, अरे लोग पानी पिलाते हैं, जूस पिलाते हैं, शरबत पिलाते हैं, रोटी देते हैं, और पता नहीं क्या क्या खिलाते हैं. वो तो नाम नहीं लिखते अपना उस पर. उन्होंने लिखना क्या करना है, लिख के खाना खिलाया भगवान के नाम में, खिला दिया, इतना ही है ना. उस पर भी नाम. कमाल की बात है. लिमिट है भाई. मैंने किसी इंजीनियर का नाम प्रोजेक्ट पे नहीं लिखा देखा कि इस इंजीनियर ने बनवाया है. वहाँ सब नेताओं के ही नाम होते हैं. मतलब ये कब्र में भी अपना नाम लिखवाएंगे कि मैंने बनाई थी अपनी कब्र. Strange, unlimited. I cannot answer this. On रोटी, शायद वो अनाज के दाना, चावल के दाना छोटा है, नहीं तो वो भी लिखा होगा उस पर. वो पानी पे लिखा नहीं जा सकता, नहीं तो उस पर भी लिखा होगा. लिमिट है। खैर, मैं राजनीति में नहीं पढ़ना चाहता था, लेकिन एक पोस्ट देखी थी तो मैंने भी उसको अपनी पोस्ट पे लगा दिया, अपनी वॉल पे लगा दिया। देखो कितना हो रहा है। नहीं, ठीक नहीं है। कोई कुछ लेके नहीं जाएगा यहाँ से, याद रखेगा। अच्छा काम करोगे तो सबको याद रखेगा, और ये तुच्छे काम करोगे आपको लोग में मजाक ही उड़ाएंगे आपका। और मजाक जब उड़ाया जाता है ना पब्लिक के द्वारा, वो बहुत डेंजर सिचुएशन होती है। पब्लिक आपकी इज्जत करे वो अलग बात है, लेकिन अगर आपका मजाक पब्लिक उड़ाए तो मैं तो उसको कभी तो सह सकता हूँ। हाँ, मैं अपने आप अपना मजाक उड़ाऊंगा, अच्छी बात है। मेरा पर्पस नेताओं के भाषण की बात नहीं करना है, नेता क्या करते हैं उसका करने से नहीं। मुझे नेताओं से कुछ नहीं लेना है। हम जानते हैं कि नेता क्या होते हैं। नेता डॉक्टर हैं जो जिंदगी दे रहे हैं, वो है नेता। एक हमारे दिल्ली के नेता है, दिल्ली के चीफ मिनिस्टर आज की तारीख में 2020 में, उनकी तो बात ही कुछ और है। बात होगा 70 लाख लोगों को भोजन करा रहे हैं, उनका डिक्लेरेशन है टेलीविजन पे। 70 लाख लोगों को मैं खाना खिला रहा हूँ। कौन 70 लाख लोग हैं उन्होंने वो नहीं बताया, वो गरीब लोग हैं उस कह रहे हैं। अगर भाई साहब नेता श्री आप 70 लाख लोगों को खाना खिलाते, उन लोगों का दिमाग फिर गया है कि वो छोड़ छोड़ के सड़क पर जाते, सैकड़ों किलोमीटर चल के जाते। उनको कुत्तों ने काटा था। क्यों झूठ बोलते हो? कुछ तो डर करो, कुछ तो डरो। झूठ बोलने से क्या होगा? आपकी बात पब्लिक मान लेगी कि आप बहुत धर्मात्मा हैं, बहुत बड़े धर्मात्मा हैं। अब इतना ही काफ़ी आपको समझाने के लिए। मैं क्योंकि आप पढ़े लिखे आदमी हो, अनपढ़ होते तो मैं और बोलता। आप एक अच्छी शिक्षा लेके आए हो तो कम से कम उस शिक्षा का ख्याल तो रख लो, उस टाइम का ख्याल तो रख लो जिस टाइम में लोगों ने आपको शक्तिशाली बनाया अपना वोट देके, उसकी तो इज्जत रख लो। है, मैं किसी की बुराई करने नहीं चाहता हूँ और ना मुझे शौक है बुराई करने का। कहने का मतलब ये है, हम लोगों को थोड़ा बदलना चाहिए। लिटिल चेंज वी हैव टू ब्रिंग आवरसेल्व्स इन आवर लाइफ, बिकॉज लिसन, we are not purchased by political leaders in any country. We are people of this country and they are people of other countries. We are not purchased items. We are not a commodity for them. We have to fight for ourselves, for our country. We have to move forward. What we want, we should achieve. Corona is striking today because our weaknesses are there. Weaknesses in all countries, that we never care for health. We take it lightly. In our country particularly, we are very weak in health section. Very weak. We have to change it now. Public can change it. Public has to decide. Well, there are so many news everywhere these days. Lockdown news, other news. How many people are coming, how die, what's happening in USA, what's happening in England, what's happening everywhere. Every time news are coming in, and there is no constant news. All news change every time. What's happening in GCC, what's happening in China, Philippines, Malaysia, Thailand, etc. What's happening in this side, Iran or Iraq or Europe. Europe and USA are in turmoil. It's a fact that they are facing large attacks of corona. Actually, they will take time to come out of that, but by that time, there will be thousands and thousands of people who lose their lives, lost their life. That's really pity that those people are in that stage. That stage must have been avoided, but world failed to avoid that. World failed, everyone failed, we failed, all failed. It's really tragic. We could not do that, we could not work on that, we could not think on that. That's really very tragic. But what to do? I cannot help as an individual, you cannot help as an individual. It has happened, that could be avoided. Now coming back onto management. प्रबंधन, management है क्या आखिर? Let us think on this. What is management? We always say project management, this management, that management. Well, first of all, why this of management? We have to say, means we every day say management, everybody is saying management after all. Means, है क्या? प्रबंध, प्रबंध, हिंदी में प्रबंधन, प्रबंध, इंग्लिश में manage, manage. Why? First of all, it's man. Why is it by man only? I think man is a misnomer here. Man includes women, this law says. However, I consider men and women are persons. Age, man, age, means all time. And management is man is supporting. So you have to do all time what you have to do, how you have to do, you have to decide. And in Hindi it's prabandhan, prabandh. Prabandh, pra is supporting here, bandh, binding. So you are having some kind of binding to certain system or to certain action in defined way or in assumed way or in accepted way. That is management. This is analytical meaning. You can say cut here, section here, section here, section. I understand. This means every person has some binding towards some system which is to be done or which has been done to be operated. So I think that scope can be called management. How to do it? How to do it? I think that is management. It means it's not fixed. It changes from action to action and from a group of actions to a group of action. That's called schedule. So management means you have to chart out. You have to chart out grossly and then fraction wise and then detail wise. You have to chart out how to do it in all sequences from start or commencement to end or to completion. Management. Though it's very small word, but it's very, very wide. Management. It applies everywhere. It applies in all fields, everywhere, in all institutions. Some manage, some mismanage, and some ignore. So we can say this, example, medical management, doctor prescribes operational management, prescription management, emergency management, OPD management, OT management, and it applies government management, family management, society management, work management. Everywhere it applies. This means this is common spectrum of society. Everywhere it applies. If you want to small shop, run small shop, you have to manage. It doesn't come from book. It comes from thinking. What is my objective? What material I have? What resources I have? How can I do it? It may be a small act, it may be a big act. So management means you have to man it. You have to think about it and do it and control it. So this is simple definition. I'm not talking of cost in this. I'm not talking of time in this, because these are all supporting and secondary factors. First factor is what I have to do. As a person, as a group of persons, as a body, or as a state or nation, or as some other entity, I have to do it. That is management. It applies everywhere, that's true. But I'm dealing with construction and development works, which are backbone of every country, without which You cannot move. I was talking about construction, and you have got my this live videos. Maybe you went through that, you studied that, I'm not sure, or you will do in future. I am finding something that people are not taking good interest in such talks, though it's not my problem. I don't think that this is something very different. It happens. Reason is, first I talk in morning time. Say now it is around 4 o'clock, as 4 already passed. So I started say 3 o'clock in morning, though it's very rare, because not a good time for everybody. People sleep in this time. But my reason is different. It's not because I'm happy to talk early morning. Yes, I get up early morning, but my concern is different. It's because I'm giving live, and early morning signals are not very difficult. You sometimes get it, sometimes break it, but available. While in daytime, and particularly in this time when lockdown everywhere, people are busy on computers, on net, and per reports more than twice load has come onto social media. So it's not easy. I just try to make in morning for that reason, or otherwise if I'm not live, it's impossible. First to record that much long video, then upload, means it is a very dirty exercise. I tried it before, but I failed. I could not help myself. So I thought, because maybe people are not there, people will not share their time, but work is done actually. There is a choice, this option, you are free to look into that or review that afterwards, no problem. But only benefit is if you are directly in touch, you may comment on that. You can comment later on also. Well, it's not my promotion, I'm just trying to say my reasons. And also I'm getting undue calls. Every time I say, please stop calling me during all day, because I have attended many calls. I did not find any use of that, because people just want to show their face and see my face, and purpose of this is not to see faces but to learn something, to teach something. I am expecting to know information from those friends who come on to me on video, but they just don't ask any question, neither they talk something. They just want to waste time for sake of wasting time. Maybe they are not sleeping, or in daytime there is no question of sleep, but they are sending dirty pictures, now which I am blocking them, started blocking them. Whenever I find something like that, I am sorry, I will block that friend. I don't need such friends who have no standards of living, standards of community, who send naked movies, sexual videos. I am not interested in that. That is not my objective. It's not because I say that is better, good. You do whatever you want. You are at liberty. You are having liberty to do that. But don't expect others like me to support you. I shall not support you in that case. If you want a question, you want something else in engineering, in translation of English and Hindi, and in various other subjects, you are most welcome to write to me, to talk to me, but not just wasting time. That I am not interested in, because I respect your time as well as all times and my time. You have to respect my time. If I don't respond, don't call me again and again. Send a question to me. I always put my email ID on these tags. Telephone number is there, but don't you are abusing my telephone number. Just you are calling me for asking me, where are you, sir? So is it a question? Where are you, sir? Somewhere I am. Why to do? Why are you interested in that? I like you. I do this. I do that. This is kiddish behavior. Don't do that, please. Don't do that. You are most welcome. Otherwise, you can raise questions. You can write to me. I will answer. And please don't ask for jobs. You are dreaming jobs now. People are getting out of jobs, and you are dreaming jobs. You won't get jobs in these curfews. How can you get jobs? Sorry for that. But this is not that time. This is your learning time. Learn something. I have put translation on Hindu to English translation on many videos, and you can refer to them. I have put many videos regarding Earth. You can refer to them. I have put many videos regarding Constitution of India. You can refer to them. I have put many videos regarding my management of safety. You can refer to that. Now I am doing videos regarding management of something else. You can refer to that. There are so many videos. Around 400 videos are available on my Facebook page. You can watch those videos if you have time. If maybe I am talking nonsense, you can tell me my videos are rubbish. You can clearly tell me. I shall not mind that. But I am sure I am not making rubbish videos. These are useful videos, and which information is useful. People are not attracted to that. They want entertainment. I am not an artist. I am not a film distributor. I am not a filmmaker. I cannot do your entertainment. I can change your mind. You can change my mind, but for that you have to work. So do not take it otherwise. Do not think that I am a player with you. I am not that. I am a serious person. Yes, I laugh. I enjoy. But that is based on mind thinking. I am not interested in wasting your time, because your time is also very important. I respect your time. I respect everything. Maybe you are free now, but you shall not remain free forever. Maybe because of some reasons. There are no jobs, there are nothing. This is not here, it's all over scene. So nobody can control that. Therefore, please respect yourself, respect everybody else. That's what I say. I will take a drop of water. And if you respect me, I respect you. And if you know you don't accept that, you should quit this behavior, then I have no other way except block you. Except to block you. You remember? This Facebook allows 5,000 friendship in one name only, not more than that. And I am not able to accept friendship which are already having 5,000 friends with them. I have got such requests from them, but maybe they are not clear. Messages coming that they have already got 5,000, so I cannot be friend here, or you cannot be friend here. So please follow if you really are interested. Nothing wrong with that. I will follow if I need you, if your 5,000 are over. So question is not 5,000. Question is quality again. Quality of friendship. It's not possible to scrutinize, to investigate you, examine your standards before we understand each other. It's a rule that if I don't know someone, I should not allow friendship, but that rule is blank rule. I want to join people, to let them understand something, and I should know something from them. That you can know only once you are friend. And if you are not, I don't find that this friend is that level, I will simply block. That's my decision. I first try to help each other, that I will talk together about constitution, about nation, about others. But I'm not finding that interest in public. I think public has changed. That's why Corona has come. You just want to play homosexuality or something else. You will not find here that response. You go to wherever you have that response. That is your private life, personal life. I am not interested to that extent. If you call me, you waste your time and my time. You are not welcome for that. Otherwise, you are most welcome. Freely speaking, plainly speaking is better rather than speaking 1,000 or 10,000 words. So I am plainly speaking. Avoid me if you are of that moral. I am not saying you are bad, but your mindset is different. Your mind is sick actually. You are wasting your energy. I have seen many such posts on I don't care about them. If you want to help me, help yourself, use videos. So much information is available. General, national, international, and engineering and management and translation. Many active informations are enabled. I have to try to publish such messages, such notes to public or too young that can help them. If you are good, you help them, or don't waste your time, or you use your time somewhere else. I am not entertainer. Again, I am telling you, I am serious person as far as public relations and national development is concerned. You will not get any other benefit from me except to learn, to cooperate, to help. And please don't send anything, don't talk anything about employment. I am not employment source here. I am not able to employ anybody. Please excuse me for that. This is not that office or home that can help you. This is different person. You are talking, you may say some foolish, you can say that. You are saying that so prideful person, you can say that. I will not mind. But I will mind what I said. Better you control yourself. Well, move further. I talked about controls, quality controls and other controls and management. As again I said, I told many times, I explained many times, for me management is different. And it is different. Management means perfection. Arrange for perfection. Arrange for optimization. Arrange for standardization. Arrange for acceptance. Arrange for satisfaction. And on top of that, arrange for reliability. Reliability. Rely means again depend upon that, again depend upon that, again depend upon that, and this keeps on moving. Again depend upon that. This means we trust you, this good or this service, we trust you, we ask you again and again, again and again, come and serve it. This is what I understand. If my service is demanded again and again without any drama, honestly speaking, if my service or your service is demanded, this means you are reliable. Your provided service is safe, it's functional, working, and long journey travels. That's what I say. So, as I said, reliability is equal to safety plus performance plus long distance travel, or you call it durability. So safety plus service plus durability equal to reliability. This is what is required. Your work should be reliable, your service should be reliable, what you do is reliable, your information is reliable, your function is reliable. And this means you are a trustworthy person, you are reliable, in fact, you are a quality person. So you can say quality also means same, reliability. Quality corresponds to reliability and reliability corresponds to quality. You can say that. There is a correlation between two, reliability and quality. If there is a quality, it's a kind of safe arrangement. If there is a quality, it's a kind of functional or working arrangement. There's a quality, it's destination as well. QUALIT is not a normal word as we used to think. It's complete ticket from start to end. It's a guarantee. It's a guarantee that product is standard one, cannot be challenged within certain definitions, within certain restrictions. That is what quality is. You can define how you think. You can define. Person's quality can be defined. Material quality can be defined. Project quality can be defined. National quality can be defined. Institutional quality can be defined. There is no way that it cannot be defined. We can say this leader, this builder, this promoter or whatever is quality person or is quality organization. This means complete organization is filled in with quality remarks, quality actions, or it is not filled with that. It's, you can say, just an organization to loot public or something else. This point we have to understand clearly. So what I am talking quality is actually it includes management of quality, initiation of quality and end of project. This total project definition of sections, of departments, of stages, everything is contained in that. So change your mind about management. It's not like management to run business of someone. No, it's not that. That business shall run only when your product is reliable, simple. Your face will not be sold, your company name shall not be sold. With some extent it can be because you are a reputed one. Otherwise, once people are cheated, people are deceived, those shall distance from you, and relation will be like corona between you and that, our public. So don't behave like corona. Behave like a responsible service provider or material provider. That's what you are, nothing else. So when I say quality product in our construction project, I mean something. I have shown you many sketches. Those sketches were not for just showing the sketches. Those projects are actually available somewhere. Quality is a big scientist, and I had last time talked to you about columns, about beams, about slabs, and I was saying that until that what actually controls are there. So just for your refreshing memory, I am just giving references to repeat what we talked of in those, and that is very significant because I have to move to some list of you can say inspections required. We'll talk it today itself, we start that one, and before that I'll just summarize what we had talked till now about RCC in buildings and controls. I talked about that, and that's very important one, significant one. Let's just say I talked about foundations and soil. I talked about backfills. I talked about structural ground, I talked about design, how they consider. I talked about how we work on columns. I talked about how we work on slabs. These brand of actions, brand activities, broad activities, global activities are really founding activities. If these are all good, your money will be set right. It will work for you for years to come, decades to come. Soil, as I said, first of all, project, if you have soil, though it's not considered as someone very significant, due to whatever reason they consider it not insignificant, it's up to them. But I don't consider right approach, because soil, as name says soil, is very, very powerful component of structure. So it's not structural, but soil is also having structure. Soil is not structure free. Every soil is natural, and it must be having certain known or unknown structure. That structure is not visible to eyes, but it has. There are bonds among all elements of soil. Different types of bonds are there that I am not going to take up in this, because that is a specialized one. But what I am stating is soil below your building and surrounding foundation of your building is very important material. So some people don't consider soil as material, but in fact this is a material which supports your foundation, which transfers all loads below through your foundation. So soil function is very, very important, because if soil works with your building conducts, behaves in a professional manner, in a safe manner, in a reliable manner. But if it doesn't, soil doesn't do that, you have a problem always. Problem of cracking in building walls, problem of sinking or uplifting or downlifting, whatever it can be, adverse impact can come from soil. Therefore, soil is very, very significant from management viewpoint. It cannot be disregarded just by stating, oh, it's soil, we manage it. Not at all. I just also ask you, discuss with you about soil types. Soil types means only a few classes are there. You should not make a long list for that, because that is only for academic purpose, not for practical purpose. We are talking practical aspect, we are not talking academic aspect. If you want to know academic aspect, you have to go back to university and see there. But what I am talking is the kind of practical aspect. We say that soil, clay soil it is, or silty soil, it is a silty clay, or it's sand, or it's dust, or it's what you can say, rock, soft rock, hard rock, medium rock, like that. These are all somewhere foundations in buildings are constructed because of that. Soil properties are done by material laboratories. They just investigate, explore soil according to our standards of being we can say coordinator, or to be supporting professionals, or we serve these buildings honor in whatever capacity. But our job is to investigate soil, and that's very important. And that investigation is not very tough, very difficult. It's a defined one when people do that. And if you involve yourself in 3 or 4 days in reading that one, you'll be very clear of what Ramayana is. What Gita is. That point we have to put into consideration. If soil or base is good in a sense, it will not cheat you. It will not go against you. It works for you. You shall enjoy benefit of that, permanent benefit, because soil is permanent. Temporarily it can be affected, not as a whole. You cannot expect a situation that soil runs away from building. It cannot run away from building. Yes, some particles can move, of course. Some particles below foundation can move to some distance away from building foundation, and some can come to that foundation. That's because of actions, virtual, natural actions that work together. There's undefined, unsystematic action, non-systematic actions that work below foundations, not seen, only expected by experienced persons, not by freshers even. Those actions, mobile actions, dynamic or non-steaming actions, non-turbulence actions, can harm or can interfere with performance of your foundation. It's very topical statement I'm just giving you, which I got information through many documentations long back throughout my life, that there's a movement of some particles below your foundation, constant movement depending upon stratification below foundation, and within that portion your building is embedded in, from ground to foundation, that filled soil, consolidated or compacted soil, and this internal below footing movement keeps building either safe, or it can even sink this building, or in some cases uplift this building or tilt this building in either direction. So I'm not saying that you go to the depth of that now at this stage, because I'm not going. I'm just trying to tell you what is that actually. And that is, there is clay soil, there is sand, there is silt, and there are rocks, and there is water. Water cannot be turbulent all time in that portion, but it is laminar flow, possibly. It can be different type of flow. You cannot say that's like turbulent hydraulic jump, just like in barrage it is. It's not that flow. Depends on what type of soil you have and what is depth of water table. And that's what we know, means we should have complete information. On soil investigation, that information is that we should know what is history of that soil. If you are new one to that area, you must have information, or people will tell you, or you can have certain other information. But technical information is what name of the soil is. It cannot be exclusively clay, you see. It cannot be exclusively silt as well. It cannot be exclusively sand as well. This depends upon mix of soil, how many particles or percentage of that each other has got, some chemicals are there, or whatever content is there, impurities are there, that we should know about any type of soil. With clay, silt combination, or maybe some stones in that, or maybe some dust in that, or dust, all this must be clear to everybody. Because based on that, you have to take assessment of parameters, that the attributes you get. You may get some recommendation from laboratory itself, metal testing laboratory, but that recommendation is recommendation, Then we have to understand, means the soil investigation should be done in a professional way. They should give you answer about bearing capacity of soil. They should give you answer about what value of N, that is when number of stocks we use, particularly that number of stocks, higher number is higher strength of soil, lower strength of soil. This is kind of resistance or measuring a stress on soil or resistance of soil, and also cohesion material is what is coefficient, or it's cohesive, index cohesion. And just like that, you can say about bore rocks. You drill logs on site, bores on site, and take out samples in every layer at every meter, whatever that, and you just screen out those testimonies what this sequence says, which one, and that sequence should be all in that area building you are doing it. So you can say that properties of soil, bearing capacity, you have to know value of C, you have to know value of N, you have to know, and also sometimes you can say you get these bore logs results. You have to understand them. You have to see what depth is, which is strata, what sort of rock is there, what sort of material of soil, powdered soil is there, or some of the soil rock, it is whatever. You must get that information on that, and there will be of course certain recommendations shown there. Then you have to come to a conclusion on that, and also that what end you are doing, how your soil is behaving, or what specific measures you have taken. All that you have to get into, because you cannot do that in one simply half a page. You have to do calculations. You have to do so many set by calculator at that time. Only then you can understand that. If you do now students, they cannot do it because they are not used to this system. There is only the sun and all that. So soil is really important. If it is like, you can say, fill material taken from somewhere, that also is soil, and you have to mix. If you think mixing with one material the other, one soil, the other soil, if you benefit, you can mix that. It will be told by your slump test on site. So what I am saying is soil is different than rocks. Of course, rocks and soils are same. Rocks is solidified material, but as far as volcano is concerned, volcanic rock is concerned, igneous rock is concerned, it's different. It means it comes from your volcanic crater. It comes in from magma and then lava, and that solidifies on surface, and that becomes igneous rocks. You must understand what difference. Rock is igneous rocks. There is then sedimentary rock or metamorphic rock. Three rocks are there. And this is what I am taking as near geology or near your crater, volcano, crater. You get certain other properties. That you go to these properties, you just give them, don't rely too much on these rocks. They're all rocks used for something. You are getting some chemical from that for the purpose of propulsion. Something that's fine, means you can do that. Now, you say rocks are also three types. I said that they are sedimentary rocks, igneous rocks, and metamorphic rocks. And we have to be known about that, the carrying capacity of that, the fissures and the faults are there, cracks are there, where the locality of the faults is some of the point of earth or where it is, that can impact upon its density upon soil and upon its rock quality designation RQD, which is very important, that rock quality designation. There's big parameter considered in soil investigation, soil exploration. What I said is volcanic rock, it can be sedimentary rock, metamorphosis. It's very simple to define this. I'm not going to the details of that. I say when volcanoes there, for example, this is Syrian that this is granite or this is volcanic stone or very solid stone, because it has come by heat within earth itself. Then there's another type of rock which is settled by settlement. Something is coming here. For example, there's a river flowing in, or somewhere there, some layer is formed, many there's some of the layer is formed over that, and some is formed over that. Sedimentation process or settlement process, these particles of soil, from rock or from whatever providency, or by due to wind it's flowing from here to there, and it's using this particle transport from the region, whatever means it is, and sedimentation occurs and it solidifies, and that's called sedimented rock. And further action of atmosphere on it, temperature, heat, and all that, all combination of thermal waters, heat, so all that changes chemical composition of soil, that results into a name that is called metamorphic rock, because of metallurgical action working on that soil particle or on rock particles. This converts this sedimentary rock solidification into metamorphic rocks, just like marble is an example. This is simple as that you said. What defines what actually it is? That means we have to take into our consideration that put 4 or 5 minutes to heat up. What I say, this is very important from construction viewpoint, from design viewpoint. So what information we collect from there? As a refresher, it is soil bearing capacity. First of all, type of soil in our history. Soil bearing capacity, number 1, or parameters of soil like N value, like C value, cohesion, density of soil, bore log results, various parameters of soil in every bore log, value of N would be there, RQD rock quality designation would be there, and many other parameters would be there, water table, rock properties, soil properties, all that, and any other, if so, information that technical expert can give you, and recommendations. If you get all this information by specialists given to us, we can know a lot from that. We have 2 types of information: topographical information of that terrain, and that's called geotechnical information. Actually, both geotechnical and geographical. Topography and geotechnical. Geotechnical, I just explained to you what information we can get for our design purpose, and that information can be used by designers and also by site guide to some extent. Otherwise, no designer has to take into consideration while designing foundations these points. And designer also has to think, if it is available in details, how soil conduct in that area. What is the mobility expected or it's not expected? And if it's expected, that point must be considered in both ways, plus ways and minus ways. Positively and negatively, that soil mobility requires concentration and consideration, and that is very important part of soil. If you want to understand soil, which people actually do not understand, soil is top material because it is founding material on which your foundation rests. This is actually the start of building a structure. If you understand soil, you can do better design, and if you don't understand that, you cannot do design but assumption. I cannot assume strength of soil. I cannot say the soil is this bearing capacity. How can I say? Without conducting tests on site. You cannot say that. And even after conducting test, we cannot say this is bearing away. We would say this is test result, and we have to consider the factor of safety depending upon what type of foundation, what areas they have what sort of building is supporting, and we apply that factor of safety to that safe bearing capacity of soil. That information is a must. But it doesn't apply to all soils. Then we have to consider shear of that soil, which gives you many other values, many other attributes to soil. Then we have to take into consideration many other factors, like angle of repose, because soil can also give angle of repose if it's so loose soil. And other factors I talked, bearing capacity, as the C value, N value, number of strokes, while you're taking out results, doing bowls, or doing borehole, you take out this value, and also whatever else, rock quality designation, all such information you should have. And various formulas also given, various correlations are given, all that must be clearly understood by designer through report. And there is a question that is a confusion, you have to raise questions. So this type A, this is a part of technical management. So this is just I'm refreshing you what purpose of soil is here. Yes, the difficulty arises only when soil is mobile due to water presence. If water is there, of course it is there somewhere. If water exists at some depth, we cannot simply say, I'll put off this fan, that's just working. Some suffocation effort, so I just use that. So what I am saying is, water presence in soil is high movement, not just moisture. If it travels through pores of soil, it indicates what soil it is and how much danger it can cause to your foundation. It keeps on moving from one foundation to other foundation in that area to other buildings, or water coming from other buildings to your building. It can cause changes in soil, and those changes are difficult to control. That is what we have to understand from investigation. If there is water mobility in soil, and if water is mobile, water can take with this very minute particles while moving from one place to another one. This water within soil, water table, the contents of what is that, can move small particles and can cause defect. It can also pull particles from other building to your building. So there is a chance of existing building to lose its stability. Same thing, you have not done anything yet, you are blank, but you have to anticipate what can happen to other buildings in that area. That's the point. Composition of water keeps on changing. Composition of soil is changing. It may take with some useful particles with that. However, it keeps on changing. Gravity of soil changing, you can say volume of soil, due to whatever reason. But there is no load on that area, so it can even swell up if not noticed. It can go down, yet it is not happening. Sometimes it happens, sometimes. You cannot ignore this fact. This fact cannot be ignored. Water mobility in relation to soil below foundation must be considered and taken care of. This is soil. Very confusing word, very confusing word. But very simple word as well, if you understand that. It's very simple if you understand. Because you have to understand structure of your soil and what is structure at current stage. So once you understand that, you will all find interesting. I also put some papers in this video URL. You can refer to those links and find some answers. And then you can say, now I have understood soil, I have designed foundations successfully, you have done it as required, and now you move to slab. Columns, I explained to you about columns, what columns are, and how we do that. I explained all that you just put shutters and steel and wind them all well, and then you can move further that home as well. This is very interesting. In fact, now we are using column, we have done all foundation work, we have done all ground work, and means we did that one, and we were on columns, and we do all columns one by one. But our art of pouring starts with that. It starts on foundation also, but this foundation like mass one, only small available in dumper, in this dumpers of transportation means. and person is after coming to backside, standing with someone. So you just think if there's a slab on either you have a slab, you can say a slab formwork there or slab supporting system there, that must be taken care of in addition to columns. So column is not that risky as your slab supporting system. This supporting system must be very durable, and I explained to you how it is done. Means you may like to make a sketch on your paper, how building is there, what's opening is there, what total line is there, how much space you are getting around the column for the slab work. Since columns are easy, and I told that you have to do it in layers, and all 4 meter height column you do, or 3 meter height column you do, whatever you prefer is best for you, you can do that. And that's where our thinking applies, engineering thinking applies. So columns means control. I said total control in column is horizontal control, vertical controls, both control there. It's layout control, dimension control, dimension at bottom layer and dimension at top of concrete. All this must be same in same line, and vertical controls with plumb bob control, or you may say alignment control. If some string is there at a distance of say 1 meter or whatever figure you adopt, on both sides as you have to control x direction and y direction. We have to control horizontally as well as vertically, and then make sure that these supports don't move, and say that support must be there at 1/3 height of that column concrete, where resultant maximum force will be there, resultant force will be there, and there must be some very strong support. So there's 3 supports, one is at bottom, one is at the resultant, and one is at the top of that, to keep dimension intact and in one line. So method is put some string, I'm just telling you layman method. One string around whole 1 meter away from column, and then tied up, and see measurements equal their distance from that to the column is same or not same. If it's same, it's okay. If it's not same, then you have to adjust all. Similarly, when you check plumb in dimensions of columns and diagonal plumb, you know what is difference in plumb, that you have to, by loosening some props or tightening some, you can know. It depends, means how you are working with. Then we have to some lines of, once you pour column, you have to take care of its curing, very important one. As you did in foundations, you did foundation, the water there, and you did foundation, and you did that, all is that. But now, because I'm talking of controls, of quality controls, so I am reaching columns. I told you how to pour them, how to manage steel fixing. It shouldn't be rust free. It should be straight bars. It should be properly straight bars, not bent bars, and how to cut and fabricate them. That's also very important. And there you have to various activities. You have to use concrete block covers, or you have to use steel bars straight when they fabricated, and also you have to keep dimensions control and to put that aside, and that we work with that. And that's where then we say, now columns we have done. Well, only specification was in column. In foundation maybe you are taking a load, boring one time this thickness, but in columns you cannot do that. Columns say 4 meter high, this means of say 40 centimeter layers, say 10 layers or 9 layers of concrete to pour, which takes time. Each layer must be compacted immediately. And if you do not do, you give chance to porosity, you give just wide hollow, and that should not be taken. That must be taken, means must be somewhere to understand that this point is clear, and we can pump on this one. Same thing here, you can say what we had to do in this regard. That's a question mark here. I think Abhay Sippu joined. Welcome, Mr. Abhay. I've seen your name. Anyway, people are not coming, no problem to me. They're sleeping, let them sleep. Question is, time doesn't move for anybody. If you're interested, come fine. Don't come to help. You may come in times up to you. I'm doing my job. You have to do. Well, people are habitually now. They are sleeping for last 10 days. They were sleeping, so they are actually they have become lazy. You say, well, I can't help it. Time is time. Money is money. And use is use. You use time, it's equal to money. Then I'm saying column pouring is more important because of that. It's layers and layers you have to pour. If you don't pour in layers, you will lose the strength of concrete, you will lose density, you will reduce. You will not get that much. You just pour it, leave it. That's nonsense, complete foolishness. Because concrete should be dense. It should be properly compacted. That's very important. So say I have laid 40 centimeter concrete on layer, apply vibrate, see that it's right. It's come back, then secondly and thirdly, and move across half column and move to other column, do same thing and all that column, and come back and do again. And remember that when you come back, it should not be set properly before it's set properly, or you can see before it gets into cold joint. Cold joint and hot joints are there. When both countries are not set yet, these are hot one. It's better than you say, oh, the bottom layer is set and that. No, though you can't put after bottom layer is set. Or it's cold joint, and cold joint is not permissible. Cold joint should be avoided in every case. So you have to come back after casting half column, and by that time it has taken half an hour. Pressure onto this means not jumbo pressure, but something else, pressure stool or something like that. Keeping wheel, doing your TV. And you must say that. You must say that I've done this. Why? Compaction. Your vibrator person must be explained what he has to do, and that's what is required. The foreman or person, whatever, they must take direct care of vibrator application, and at every layer it should be done. And it takes time, of course. And yesterday also we assessed that this take time. It shall take time because already it's 4:30, and if you see, no, it's 5 o'clock around. If you see, it takes half an hour for that, and you have to manage your time like this. Every minute to minute or half an hour to half an hour, you have to see what time is left. So you start deciding or not deciding, and then you can rotate that all around. And that is a very specific application of columns because their quantity is very small. If you take 30 by 30 column or 40 by 40 column and see quantity in column, and see there are 10 columns, total quantity, then it's not easy to get that small quantity of content for RMC because RMC is a businessman who wants still quantity, big quantity, so they get big profit by using small quantity. You're pouring in columns, it's very difficult to get RMC, and in some cases there's a difficulty. Then you have to have a separate design for site mixing. Site mixing by mechanical, by you can say calibrated mixer, if that's permissible. You can arrange for columns nail, and that's not harmful, that's not bad, but as far as quality is maintained. Then you say, let us put where all columns are there to put in and pour concrete and all columns, so we have to take care of how to cure about that. Because you cannot immediately start curing the shutting is day all. You cannot take out immediately, it takes 48 hours, so 48 hours to open shutters. Meanwhile, you can say close on top, means end of columns, they're still sprouting up. Just put something on top of the Haitian bags and then saturate it, put water on that, put plastic on that, and then you can say, if it's very hot here outside, we have to apply spray of water outside. The cup surface between concrete and this ply or this wood is kept wet for a number of days until temperature is adjusted. So we can say there are two types of area programs. One is a self quality control of that. It's very important, only you can do now. Now you have done all this process of and you have closed your sides to the clean side of all that. Now we are going to start your slab system, form system supporting form 1. Generally there are ways people are using pulleys in our country. That's not accepted. I don't accept that wooden post lock to us, and I reject actually that as far as quality concerned. People are no, they will not listen to me, I know, because they are poor and they want a house built for them whole life. They are happy with whatever type of quality you have. You are giving it, you are going a building. So that doesn't matter here. That matters those people who are directly linked to book, who read 5 times or 4 times a day and then talk or eat something. So that is a different value. That way they must be respected as far as the also know it's orthodox, I know, but whatever it is for society, and society follows that. Then you continue, I have done columns and you have no slab. For that you need, okay, I have started putting my shutters, the shutting supports, a cup lock system or prop system, whatever it is, and that takes time, and you did that. And you started putting all. Then how is it? How can you cannot take all time around making level with me because it's dark inside, so you cannot even depend on level. You have to take what you take. And in this case, you can say, I take out shutters after 48 hours. And shutting removal also takes time. It's not just 1 minute. You can take out 10 to 15 columns, and each column will say about half an hour to 1 hour. So it's a whole job of an engineer to waste time in that. After taking out, immediately we have to take care of curing, and that's a very important point. It's a very good quality point as well. Means we have to see surface of the defects are there, not defects are there, but the second issue, and start curing of that. And once water remains there in full, cover with a bag. That's called protection of concrete from impact of heat, and cover with this plastic after that, and put water there vertical surfaces, so water penetrates down to heat to red brick and red brick are given further treatment on that. So this image of leadership doesn't exist or field. So after that, you have to put water on that outside, or there's an alternative. Immediately you start removing these shutters and you spray water on that. And if you have an application, if you have material of water-based curing compound or flex-based curing compound, you can use this on that surface. So the surface is also good, it's tenable, it's not very hot, and then you can say some work has been done. Of course, if someone in a system, I said, when I say bullies, rejected, fits, we don't accept that. Bullies means wooden supports, thin, long, slim, very long stick type, circular. I don't accept that. But these people accept that because they feel, they trust them, they don't some props or you can say this block system. They don't trust that. I don't know, because this is information, disinformation they have. That's why I think bully is powerful, not stable. Well, these are poor people, they know this much. But what we do, we have to see that. Do not run away for system immediately. No need of running away. Hold it. Understand what you have to do. You understand the structural plan, understand dimensioning or architecture plan, and think how can you best support it. You must know members' power, members' strength. It will be prop or it will be couplock or strength of members, diagonal members, vertical members, and inclined members. Particularly horizontal, you can say horizontal dimensioning is very important. What size of slab you are going to do, and from where you take admission into this, both are significant. Dimensioning of any plan is given, and you have system dimensions. Let us say prop. If you take prop first of all, it's not necessarily to prep. Let's say these props, tall props, steel props, and I understand each prop may take up to 3 tons, maybe less if it is whole one. But let us, for understanding sake, learning sake, it's 3 tons of prop can take. This means you have to see what load from one bay is coming, maximum load. Bay means one portion when you try it on drawing, you'll say 45 this angle, 45 this angle, how many this is coming, then calculate on one polished shoe, polish or what's given there. There's a cycle or there's a prop and there's combination of all both. You have to see that. We are putting one prop 1 meter, 1 meter, 1 meter like that. What means 1 square meter, when you put 1 meter spacing of these props, and you'll say on each prop there should be 1 square meter away, 1 square meter away or more. So you can say 1 square meter away. It depends upon what span between the columns is. So you have to calculate that weight. Probably it may be more than 5 tons or 4 tons, maybe 8 tons. Depends upon what size of that and what fruit contents are there. All that tell you what to do. And say your size of, suppose you are doing now not using this, you are using cup block system, which is 1.24 meter and 2.4 meter. Size of these columns are there, and these are design columns. You cannot simply say these are columns which can be used by others. That point you have to understand. So if it is 1.4 by 1.2 by 1.2 by 2.4 meter grid approximately, just like size of a ply which is 1.2 meter into 1.4 meter, that you can put in that trailer and ensure about what is program of that software, or what is in that software, that we can understand here what we are talking of. Then you can say, if it is 1.2 meter, 2.4 meter, you plot on your drawing, a piece of drawing, you photocopy it and put, if I take one here, where they are recording dimension of that, you can see where there is a conflict between two surfaces. That's very important. It means if there is a column, you have to adjust some gap between column and that, and then you'll see where full pieces of 1.2 and 4 grids are coming, and where are cuts out, we use a small pieces. Or what about as a waste slab of steel and some other obstruction that's coming in, all that is successfully planned. And you do cut pieces, other pieces there, and accordingly Your steel, I'm sorry, your factory would say this additional you need for this is money and this is per square meter, or we'll just charge not a square meter, we'll charge your health system. Both are charges. Both provide health efficiency. That point you must understand. So once you fill in your drawing, you will know there's a shortage here or this is not fitting, and don't fit in that. You saw the piece, they will provide all details. You send them, this is my problem, this portion I'm not able to do that, this portion was done previously, this one done long before, this was done before, which may give you certain other issues, certain other points. So once you understand that your complete scaffolding system is over, you have controlled that area, you have put supporting heads on top of all this, the bottom is also correct, you have brought materials specifically for waste slab and for lift area or someone else. So this portion is clear of scaffolding, and you can say you will tie up for purpose of people not knowing it. That's very important. You have finalized that, or your system manager supported you based on your calculations, based on provisions of what you got in that one. Then you can well combine these items together and very once you are ready and you have put marks on your columns, level marks, say 1 meter from floor level, structural floor level, then all you can take once you have started, after this framework is over, starting beam, bottom and sides and all RCC, you are after pulling the side is tidy, you can trim any time and clear any time. What should you do? You can measure from columns, height of beams and slab, that would carpenter do, and this is repeated work. Same thing here, you manage your mass requirements and stay there. It doesn't harm, it's legal, but it's better if it's done decently. So we can say our main body has been considered. Now let's go and see a scope, and that scope should be clear. Now your formwork is moving, and yesterday I had told you I have put all steel of beams and steel of all that beams, columns, slab and column heads. All I have done, you have placed all steel, you have placed all plastic with the piping and everything, all inserts certain things, and inspection are being conducted in parallel, and it looks nice, the work is fine. Somebody make remark, is that a good work? Is there a habit of saying something, if somebody is doing that, that is different, that's not acceptable. Then what? You are ready? You can ask that vendor, support me for money. Support me for this. What support? Point check. Inserts are there, PVC inserts. Other inserts are not there because you have to go up and you were down. There was gravity consideration, so electrical points are fixed. HVAC ducts are fixed all before wall is built. They build wall, nothing, no. The later come and it is all that. So you are just sending them some problems which you could even just very cost. Then inserts with blockouts of plumbing, which complete site close except some hole kept in that site for purpose of cleaning, and you have to keep cleaning by compressed air. That's very important. Cleaning all sides when you are going to pour your course and concrete course and position the sides and bottom. The slab is ready, chairs are there to support both layers, and everything is ready according to requirement. But you are short of water, short of drinks. You have to take it better, get some water for yourself or staff, and go in the fridge or as you like it outside. Escape the fridge, you are defender of that, I'm not defender. You are defender of that piece. Well, now we are ready with slab. You can see shutters are there, we have cleaned everything through holes and we are moving it around, and we have placed order planned that one anyway, it should be. So what actually we have done, let's see. We have arranged workers. We let us have team of 25 workers or 50 workers, depending on the size of that. There are 4 or 5, 6 masons as well and others, and there are few carpenters also who look after supports below slab. And you may say we have all types of metal with us. We are checking slump, we are taking temperatures and recording somewhere. It's not that everything is like that. You can simply say that I'm doing this. This is what I've done. So we had planned some concrete. We had calculated some concrete. How that calculation done, you know very well. It's not big deal. If you don't, I can just tell you. Just find quantity of slab, top of slab, bottom of in between, and what the impacts of reliable metals there. All this must be taken care of. You have to check, a level check, it's called, vertical checks, it's called. The vertical check is not battery check, and physical rise check, and physical and careless rise checks. If you do all that, complete check. What you have now? You're ready to slab, slip is ready. You have concrete mixer on site for standby purpose. You have batching plant, remote one, or on site sometimes. It depends on what sort of project this is. And you have workforce, you have machines. You may be having a mobile pump, or you may be having some other pump. Transfer is coming while he's setting his mobile pump. How much at this price? How much coverage can take on this? Or you have to do tower can also. Tower can have to check right down. This machine shall be better, much better, if you consider it rightly. It's not. Now I'm ready. I have complete potential. I have water on site. I have curriculum on site. My people are waiting for signal from this employer of this you can say of this slab. We are going to pour. You are ready with pump, with concrete delivery trucks, people, and foods or what else. You see, they have different type of purpose, but you are depending upon them for this work. You just imagine what shall happen to us if 3 was there: contractor, republic, and nature. Then let's move down to some other point. Let's say that Saint Mr. Devendra Kumar, you are welcome. Okay, somebody is coming, fine, good. Now, as I said yesterday, I repeat, controls. You are ready with everything. Yes, so stop, and also you have long inventories here. You have carpenter below slab. You have steel fixes above that. Walk is ready. You're cleaning, and you're putting some water on that. Why you're putting water? I explained to you. What about that? There's a requirement of that. You have to keep it wet for some time. I'll explain why. So first I'm telling inventory there is. Formwork is ready. Steel is ready. Supporting system is ready. You have to check that. Water drums are there. Vibrators are there. Access ladder is there, or access stair is there, not ladder actually. So stair. Access stair means a kind of step system on which you freely rise, you freely go up. Don't worry about falling. Your rise. Ladder is not useful in that case. And your refreshment flavor, your machines, mobile pump on site, trucks on site, batching plant is working, and if some else is required is working, some service is required that's working, and cement bag is ready, and all that. Human resources are ready. You are ready. Consultants all are ready. Complaint manager is there. You have calculated the quantity you need. At what stage you are told as to matching one person at every frequency stage I must get this delivery, and as well you have a tool where water should be, wastewater should be, washing should go. All this you have done, and there's a control if it's on public road. Police or diversion is there, traffic diversion is there. Because a big part going for 24 to 80 hours. I can't say you come on then disturb me. Public should be timed off. That's just. Just keep in mind, you're told in 3 or 3 minutes, but you have to keep this in your mind on list. This is. You know what I'm saying? You can just keep these points. If you keep in mind, fine, you're expert one. You don't need a writing if you have a that. But if you're fresh one, you can keep yourself, you consult with someone and write there are 20 points, 15 points, if you have to manage, you manage that. So you need then quality tests. You have to have, suppose you have started already. You are doing service also on go. You are this water supply. I was telling you this is very hot thing, but you cannot stop this. You put you what that you water your surface of slab or sorry plywood or formwork. What's the reason for that? Have you thought of? You say, well, put sludge, you put sludge, it doesn't matter, but you have to put water for that. Why? Flash setting is to be avoided. What is flash setting? Flash, which flash I am talking of? Must understand that. There are 2 points in concrete that we have to take care of. One point is provide hot joints or do not allow cold joints. What is cold joint and what is flash setting? Now, maybe you don't find books, don't find them. When you take concrete delivered, it is hot. Hot doesn't mean fire. Its contents are thermal. Chemical actions are there. Metals are there. And this is good for compaction. This is good for compaction. You have done it, and you have to wait for another say 20 minutes by chance, or 25 minutes, 30 minutes, and another new concrete batch comes on this. There is a difference of temperature in both. Concrete already compacted and concrete to be poured, both have different temperatures. But this difference of temperature must not be extensive. It will not be that much. The previous concrete has been cold and this is hot. This is not acceptable. There is a little difference on temperature in both and a gap of little time, so that both connect together. This is called hot joint, not cold joint. Cold joint is different and that statement is different. Other one is when flash setting. Heat on steel bars because of sun exists. It doesn't go away immediately. Similarly, your wood or ply is heated up. Temperature is high. You cannot allow this temperature to touch concrete. This flash means surface is hot, steel surface, and concrete is not that hot. There may be variation of 10 degrees. And it is, remember, that is flash setting. Flash setting between concrete and steel. That's what I'm talking of, not something else. Flash setting. Concrete is cold, steel surface is hot, ply surface is hot and cold concrete fight with each other atomically, molecularly. Surface of steel is hot, timber ply is hot, and concrete is not heated up. These clash together. That is called flash setting. Means setting of concrete in temperature, high temperature difference, or flash instantly. That must be avoided. This is a keep in mind. Certain principles we are following. Very common, we used to say brickwork is that and brickwork is that, how it should be done, English bond and Flemish bond and this band and that bond and this band and that bond. That is not structural one. Here is a structural one. Yes, there are thousands of engines, that's right. There will be millions of decoration, millions of room lights working, put them off just like we say, save it. Similarly, we say there, avoid cold joints and flash setting. I have described in my writings, you will find that. Now, this is theory. We are doing practically. You are asked when truck comes, show me your document. Document is a ticket from where it goes to document. Okay, fine, show me next one, show me next one. Like that, all you check. All slumps you check, all batches you check, all air voids you check, all temperatures you check, and understand concrete temperature. We are not used to this in this country, but this is very important point. What should be temperature of concrete that is delivered to you? That temperature range exists and you have to make sure this is that one. So temperature control, slump control, and many other controls, and safety of scaffolding system control. Everything should be clear and white. Now you are ready, say you have fixed your template's edge on your slab. Up to this level I am going to pour it. Mason's team has been explained, everything has done, levels have been set, all practice has been done. People are down to ensure this ticket is okay, or this timing is okay, everything is okay. You can't stop that now until you have some miraculous problem, like you don't have water there to drink, or something else. You revolt. Don't revolt. No use of revolt. Your water shall come soon. It's not possible it won't come. You have a plan. I will do this area first, and that area that time, and that area that time, or I will start from one and go to another. Just stop from it. Depends on the size of slab. It is a specific one. So, and you are following all acts. You go and do all slab. Do not down concrete. Do not allow drop of concrete from pump into beam. Again, I am advising you, because this is a mistake. Put on beam tops, edge on surface, and gradually, gently drop into beam. And if beam is deep one, try to do it in two ways, two papers, not one paper, if it's deep. It's very important to note that every batch should go rightly into beams, and beams must be compacted, vibrated. And during vibration, this is danger, sometimes opens, or during pouring also it opens. It happens because of blackness. But you have to keep 100% and see pressure of that. Now you have started concreting, and there's a long row of transmitters having 9 or 8 kilometers, and these are coming in and reach a site. From there onwards, something else applies. This is only engineering we apply. You can apply engineering at any stage. Once the slab has been poured, you are feeling happy, you are jumping or done something. No, don't do that. First protect it. Protect it, very important. If it is, you can say, power flow surface, you have to apply a lot of work on that. If it's not powerful, just timber finish, it's also different. It's not that you can immediately do it. You have to be careful for your slab finish, very important. Because if it's not important, you will not care for your floor work, you will not care for anything, and that's what is very important. You have to take care of all. So either it is hand finished, or it is it is a power float or power float finish. Both are there, both are important. It depends upon what finishing is going on that slab. Sometimes it is minute finish, epoxy finishing. Sometimes it is different granule thick finishing. Sometimes it's clay, or sometimes it is your flooring material like brick or like common concrete. That is what we have to do. So curing is again very important in a way. Without curing, your slab is nothing, despite you've done a lot of work. Curing is life-giving treatment exercise. It's giving them life. Giving to whom? Giving to your work, your material, and slab you're pouring in. That's very important one. Curing is hot weather, humid weather. You have no way to put water immediately on unset concrete. You can't do that. So best way is either put immediately some polythene on that portion just after finishing it. Immediate protection. And later on you remove that spray your curing compound. If you don't have, no problem. But it's better if you have water-based curing compound or wax-based curing compound. Water-based is better, it's not expensive, but you can get help from this. That help you cannot get from educated friends. This can get help. After this, what we have done? Now it's curing process that starts actually. If you use curing compound, that's not for slab actually. So immediate purpose is to protect slab from being shrinkage, cracked or down. It's for that. After that, you have to do proper curing nesting, or whatever you finish this. You have to apply your finishes, or you apply your far float and cover with Haitian, saturated Haitian, and then polyethylene. That way, you can say ethane. You must apply that on this one. Ethane means a different way, I am said, not this way. Ethane impact also on the air. Air impact also on the air. Air has many gases, nitrogen gas is there, and oxygen is there. A small quantity of ethane is there, argon is there, many other gases there. We have to protect concrete from adverse effect of those as well. So we are not talking about that, but it applies. There are many chemicals in air which can cause a protection. It's very important, and curing can protect that. Curing by water can protect from those adverse effects. So we are not talking of that. We know what we do with full honesty. Otherwise cannot understand that. They cannot understand that. That's the point. Now what to do? The curing has to continue. But for first 3 days is very much important. You have to continue other work, means you can say you are fixing columns, you can fix about layout, decide about layout on top. You are fixing column of the next story, then working on fixed items, then working on other one, this way go, all this. You can say you have to fix all our controls. All our controls must be fixed from stage to stage. And here everybody knows what we are going to do, how we are going to do. It's not simple. After that, what to do? Say curing is nearly under control. There's no problem with that. Columns you have to work for. Still you have said you have fixed, and you inspect that through inspector if it's there, or leave it for next day if it's not there. And that's living only, coming inside and thinking of what you've done, how to do that. When you do upward work of still fixing, there's a chances that you have to fix scaffolding there for working. And again you have to take safety measures, not to fall from there, though it's not more than 2 meters, it's not much cared, but still there can be an accident. So you have 4 meter work of floor there, which also requires so much. Yes, it is gone, let's say. Yes, when you provide around this columns, safety scaffolding, and you complete steel work, you take according to trying and according to practice. And remember, rust-free steel, not otherwise. And you fix all that according to drawing, and because you had all manufactured items. You took first video, did it, and then second video, made it on. You have to make video of site also, remember. This is called conditions, and also that one which is more critical, not very clear one. Steel is inspection. You have started shutting as did in fast, and you are ready for column with your platform, everything, and you can work for that. But here in slab, you have to record everything. A cube, there are 2 cubes are there, but they are number less one. Here they are saying so many cubes are required. I have taken those right number of these and right dividend of this. Now move onwards. Floor is waiting for you. It's waiting for you. What to do now? Think on yourself. You have to repeat that. Repeat that what you did before in drag of time. What to repeat then in this? Means I have done ground floor. I am doing same activity move there, except design change. And this moves on all floors, except this design change. And remember, in this lift valve is very important. Lift valve is very complicated, and building just like columns are complicated. There are shear walls as well at corners or some locations which are very heavy but cooperative and where same thing very complicated to control. Thin walls are also there, probably in some buildings which are really complicated. You must have complete details of this because in particular lift also we are not doing RCC work here. It should not RCC, that's very important because this is like a shear wall. This is like a core of building or whole building has a core. This is giving strength or a staking or something. What should be done now? We have to make good plan of shear wall. I think I showed to you that last time. Once again I shall try to show you just for your memory because I have in this book that one. I cannot show you here directly, but it is in book. I will show you that sketch. That is a very viable and real sketch which must be known to you. I think that's a very important one. I will show you column also and shear wall also first. Various types of columns are here. I will show you that one. Let me lift this. Let me find it. Sorry for a minute. Sometimes it's not easy to find because it's a very old book and prints are not very clear because these were all manually done. Yeah, I got it. I got it here. I'll show you. Elevator door. Yes. First, let me show you elevator door. What actually door is in elevator where you enter. This is our. You see, this is plan of door. We have to actually this is additional shutting in that elevator. This is plan. We do shutting or plan, and then we do shutting like this a door. This form ply everything and buttons around and how it opens. It's given there. This is just shutting on the side of that. This is top, front and side. This is actually form work. It's not door, it's form work. How to fix form work in that. Elevator, you can see elevator, door, wide, form typical for opening or lift form. This is opening where you enter in lift. This insert actually temporary insert of form work within form work. Within form work it is. Now before I'll show you other sketch here, what elevations are. Yes, it is here. I got it. You see, it's very dim, but it is lift opening horizontally, well opening. And you see all around here. And you can see door portion also. And you see complete controls are shown. Complete controls are shown. Tie bolts are shown. Internals are shown. How we fix them. It's very complicated to discuss, but it is required. And walls are here. These are walls. Lift well is inside, but this is pouring area where bolts are shown. Where concrete in 4 walls shall be laid. You will not find these sketches in so many books. And many notes are there. You may not be able to read them. I'll show you a glimpse of it. It's very, very old and something is written in that. I actually wouldn't remember whatever the time is a long one, maybe 30 years back. 5 years back I wrote by pencil pen or ballpoint pen. This is one face, one top one, and this is elevation. This is elevation of that. Elevation of those different mode, not elevation actually. This is a kind of platform, you can say, platform of that. And this, and you must say also that. I'll show you the then this another continuation of that sketch, another sketch, all that. And then we move forward. And this is another sketch of that. You cannot immediately understand anything. Just trying to propose this. That door. So many drawings in that form of connection. All elevations I'm trying to show for persons to understand. You can't explain just by speech. And this I already shown door to you. And I'm showing something else. Of course, it's column I've told you, but this is different kind of column. You see, there's a 5-sided column. And see how these are linked to measurement and controls. And you can see the circle. It's a plumb controller here. How to check plumb. And these are buttons, supporting buttons. Here, this is column, supporting buttons around, not shown full, but there, and axis of column and how to control angles. These are all. If you see either side. There are these controls, and this is another control on this side, and these controls are there on 3 sides, one side here, one side here, one side here. So it will automatically affect the other sides, and that's what it is all about. So this is pentagon or polygon, you can say, regular polygon controls. And if you see what's written here, you can see here what's written here. Not clear, no problem. And I go next one. This hexagonal. If it does, you may find, you may not find, doesn't matter. But theory we should know how to do what. Again, there are controls, you see, heavy plums, and controls irregular polygon, hexagon, and these supporting systems. These are for columns. Principle is same. And this is also hexagon. I'm going to show you something else as well. This is octagon. This is octagon. 8 columns, 8 sides, and its controls same. Here that you see supports and plumb. This is supports and plumb. System, it is system, you can say, how to systemize shutters. And this is another one I'm going to show you. Yes, now this is another column. Another column which is not 90 degrees, it's not right angle, it's obtuse angle. Or you can say kind of architectural requirement. What system is same? Use how many plums are there? Because it is all plums. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 4 and 4, and then here 3 on one side. So 4, 4, 8 and 3, 11 plums here, and 3 that side, 14. So many controls, and propping in, supporting in, and dimensioning controls. This is 8-sided sketch. I'm not 8-sided, sorry, this is L. I mean to say obtuse angle, maybe 135 degrees, 90 plus 45, 135 degree column. And then we can say something Very interesting. Mr. Wasi Haldar, Indian. Welcome, Mr. Haidar. Welcome, Haidar. Very much. Then this is a fascia, RCC fascia. I'm going to show you. Let me see. This is fascia down and fascia up. This is fascia down, decorative one. This is fascia. You see this fascia slab and fascia down, fascia up. This was done on a school building in Qatar in 1986. It's practical, but it's not just imaginary. This is was fascia, you can see, and this is below slab portion, and this is above portion, parapet portion. These two are here, and you can see controls here. System is shown here. This is one type of fascia, and this is not exactly same. We have to close it by blocker. This was designed like that. And then if you go further here, you will find an important thing in this. If you can see, I'd like to show you control here, some kind of control. If you see here on this fascia itself, there's a plumb here. You see in the same fascia. It's different fascia, I guess. Yeah, it's wait a minute. This is here. You see, there's a plumb hanging here. This plumb, this heavy plumb stone here hanging. You see the circle? It's coming from here, and this is controlling verticality up to that point. Similarly, this side you see, there's a plumb here. Plumb bob, you can see plumb bob boulder, a big stone. We use this because the stone is heavy and it resists the motion of air of wind, and this goes up to where you can see, this goes up to top of that, so you can check top to bottom plumb here. Similarly, these are controls I'm telling. That's why I'm not showing the design of that. And here also there's a plumb. There's this plumb, and this is going to control all that side. That's all purpose of this. And then it is another one, fascia. This fascia here. This is a different type of fascia from slab. The down stand and then thin wall and on the wall. And decorated means this is fascia. You see, this is a slab portion here. This is down, slab is down, beam, then another thin wall, fascia wall, and this goes another slab here for various purposes. And here, how to control them. This is the point, how to control them. This is a plumb here, verticality control here for that. This is another plumb bob. And I'd like to show some other specific. It's a box actually, horizontal box. This was a decorative fascia of elevation. This is horizontal, this is shown vertical, but actually it is horizontal. It's like this, you can say like this, or like this, in a plan. And you see this thin wall and boards are shown. This is all architectural decoration is structurally designed. And there are many more. I cannot show you all because it's very rough here. And regarding I'll show you something only about slab. How to arrange slabs, that can I show you. Hold on. Very complicated what this is for staircase, very complicated one. Okay, it's not clear yet, it is done like this, just for information. See, supports are here and this is inclined, this It's the stairs, slab, and then we go for that. And this one is kind of, let's say, standard shutters. Plan, if you see in plan, this will look like that. Various beams around that. And this one is there. This was very old. This is just for guidance purpose. I put it back. I'll show you later what's the use. Put it back now. So, slab we have done, cast and being cured. And if you miss curing, curing means controlling temperatures and evaporation. There is temperature requirement for everything, for mixing, for laying, and then curing. We generally cure using water for thin concrete sections. Our ordinary slab is up to say 15 centimeter, 20 centimeter, 25 centimeters, in rare cases 30 centimeter with heavy loading. It's all considered not very thick. Up to 80 centimeters minimum dimension. Up to 80 centimeters. When it is up to 79 centimeters, 79 or 80 centimeters, it's considered thin. When you reach 80 and above, it is considered thick or massive. I'm just trying to tell difference. Up to 80 centimeter, it's ordinary dimension. If you go beyond 80 and quantity is 8 cubic meter, 80 centimeter minimum dimension or 800 millimeter, and quantity is 8 cubic meters, it's considered thick element. Thick means mota, not patla. Thick element. That property is, requirement of property is not same as ordinary element, as we talked of small columns or short columns or beams, or just like I talked of slab. These are all normal structures from control viewpoint. Means in this up to 8 centimeters, ordinary unit temperature range is this much, say 5 degrees or 4 degrees Celsius to 32 degrees Celsius range of concrete temperature. If it is affected more or less, then we have to take care. If say it is 0 degrees, for example, it's cold, you cannot do concrete there. Cannot do. Because you cannot maintain temperature which is required, and if temperature is not maintained, concrete structure, concrete electrons shall be different. Concrete conduct shall be different, its life shall be different. It will be difficult for it to work as it should have been. It should require, no, it won't work. Temperature must be maintained, and if it's more than that, we define 32 degrees Celsius, it will also impact, it will impact same way but in heat way, means it won't work. Durability of concrete, long distance travel shall be affected, its resistance shall be affected, its conduct shall be affected. So that temperature must then below and above is a question mark. If it's say 0 degrees or minus degrees, then you have to do, and then you have to use heated concrete or steam concrete or steam mixing. If you go to cold countries, you won't be able to do this. You have to use some other equipment so that you can mix that way, so temperature remains same. And of course, on higher side, when it's more than that, say it is 45 degrees, it's 40 degrees concrete. I'm not talking weather temperature, remember, that's also there. But that case you have to add ice to keep it cold. And if it's atmosphere temperature, ambient temperatures of 40 degrees or more or something like that, better avoid concrete or shade that area and do it. Shading is not easy. It is not possible because you are going to use mobile pump, you are going to use tower crane, you are going to use something else, that is not practically possible. Please, you can't air condition that area. So best is do it in other hours, early morning or throughout night or late or evening, and do that. Means you have to sacrifice your working time, your sleeping time, but to sacrifice so much for that, and it's not for 1 hour alone, it's for a couple of hours or whole day and night, and maybe 24 to 30, 48 hours or maybe more, depending on what element you are pouring. There may be big rafts in multi-story buildings. You pour at night round clock, say 1000 cubic meter, 500 cubic meter, big bar. Do it, and that takes time. Just think of how this Dubai Tower, World Tower, big concrete there, tested on site how to pump. They tested on site how to pump that concrete to that level. There's done the experiment on site. And then how many hours they worked, nobody knows. It's big quantity, big thing. That's what I'm saying. Is not same work. This is operational research, means during operation you have to think of what method you have to adopt, how you have to handle that, and that's called of experience and operational research. What you get from site, that information, you have to use it in engineering construction, and this gives you generation knowledge. If you know that, you get update. So thin section, I just told you, this concrete is normal concrete. You cannot say there is some other control, in slump control, temperature control, curing control, maintenance control, all controls, opening of shutters, when to open shutters, how to inspect that, and how to apply curing on that surface, how to think about curing on shuttered surface, because when slab and beams are there, top surface is exposed to weather, but where there is shuttering, that stays there for 8 days, 10 days on beams, bottoms and slab bottoms. You cannot take them out. Though there is a definition, there is explanation, you can take out that, but that's very tedious, and practically speaking, nobody takes that out. So that surface is, whether it's cured or not, nobody sure, but automatic curing is there from below, but from top you have to cure it. Below automatic curing, in a sense, that when your shutters remain there in position, it's for about 8 to 10 days, depending on span of that and requirement of that. Also, beam sides generally people take out, but it's also not easy to take out beam sides. Beam bottoms are there. So better is, if you think that heat is hot, and you must apply some, then you have to keep that area cold. You do not need that area to be hot either by whatever method you do, by sprinkling water on that surface, or by whatever means that area temperature below slab where the system is there must be kept with some minimum temperature, so that your curing continues and you don't need. And once you take out column sides, means within 48 hours you apply curing, and if you can afford, leave those sides until you, but if you want to repeat those, means you must cure that surface very well. Either put water on that surface once you take out, cure, shuttering from columns, either remove that surface, see it's fine or not fine. If you think it's acceptable, it's a fine surface, you can apply water on that, on whole surface, and then spray curing amount of that. That's the procedure. If you don't want to waste water on that, and if you don't do that, means you have to use water every time on gunny bags and covered with plastic sheets. It depends upon how the curing compound is best one in this case, to avoid wastage of water. Then we move to, then I'll define our thick section. That's what is very important in this case. Now we are going to talk of controls on that. Thick section, I said 80 centimeter or 800 millimeter is 0.8 meter, and this is minimum dimension. Quantity is 8 cubic meter. This means if this is 8 cubic meter quantity, range is, this is thick section. This says that you have to use low heat cement in that, and you may try your water curing. You have to Means you have to protect it from being cracked. So simple. And you have to do better curing. If possible, don't take out shutters until curing is over, and cover it with something, and you can apply cold water on that. But remember, cracks must be avoided. So generally in such concrete we don't use OPC. Even with PFA mix we generally use low heat cement, like you can say like GGBS cement, which is moderate. This is a granulated glass, granulated ground granulated blast furnace slag. That's GGBS, a replacement of cement quantity, and it works pozzonically. It imparts into concrete certain properties, that it absorbs strength, it absorbs property that allows slow setting, but without cracks, without excessive heat generation when chemical reaction goes on between cement and water particles with material. This replacement of cement is not cementing but supplementary cementing material. We call GGBS as supplementary cementing material, not cementing material. It works with cement. Similarly, there is PFA called pulverized fly ash, which is limited one, which is not in competition to GGBS, but it also supports. GGBS can be controlled, it can be made use of, it can be ground further, and also micro silica, which is expensive one, but I don't think we use that. If you use that, that's better than GGBS, an expensive one. And when you use such compounds as GGBS, etc., you do not need SRC or sulfate resistant cement, because these effect of GGBS equal to those effects of SRC. This is your thick element. And then there's one more element that is called massive block. Massive block, MASSIC, massive, not mass, massive. That block is one in which minimum dimension is more than 0.8 and up to 24 cubic meter above. If it's 24 cubic meter and above, massive block comes into play. It is big foundation for heavy machines, heavy rotatory machine, vibrating machines, not stationary machines, vibrating machines, or big vessels. Vibratory machines which pass impact during operation, which are not simply sitting on foundations but jump or stir or reciprocate or do whatever by reciprocate reaction or by centrifugal action, by rotating action or by moment action. This type of machine gives vibrations, and these vibrations are absorbed by its foundations. So this is called vibrating machines, and if it's more than 24 meters, called massive block, which is having very different properties. Temperature range is 24 maximum, not 32, less than that. This means no way you can use OPC for that. These are very strong foundations. You can say dynamic foundations for dynamic actions. These foundations absorb these impacts and vibratory actions and dissolves them, in fact dampens them, and then this impact is not transferred to foundation, real foundation, because there are two types of foundation. In fact, one is direct on which the machine rests. This equipment or vibratory equipment resting on some pad, big pad, this massive block, which is a part of foundation that dissolves or that transfers vibratory action. And then there's another foundation which takes a stationary load, and in between two there is a system that is known as isolating system between massive block and real foundation. This is isolation system which actually diminishes vibratory impacts. There is a kind of, you can say, shocking, shock absorbing arrangement. Some part is polystyrene below, some part is, you can say, a complete steel framing mechanism, and below that some neoprene pads fixed on steel basis. Neoprene, I mean to say rubber is neoprene, so they are very strong pads. They are strong pads, and these are sometimes we use, can say, they are steel plates with neoprene arrangement, and also sometimes PTFE bearings, polytetra chloroethylene, polytetrafluoroethylene, PTFE plates, you can say shining plates or mirror type plates, whatever is there. That is done, that frame is fabricated by welding and put in, polystyrene is put in, on that polystyrene then some rubber sheath is put in, and on that you can say you put in that polythene, and this all reverse. A steel plate isolates this. Steel plates isolates this, and then we put passive block foundation on that. This arrangement, I think I'll show you. I had in that book last time. I'll show you. Let me one minute. I'll find where it is. It must be somewhere. I did this in Libya long back. If it is there, I'll show you. Probably I have here. I will find out that if I can. I did that. It's time. It's any problem. It's there. I can take it. I think I should get here. Yeah, I got it here. Foundation is here. That arrangement of that is here. Yeah, I can pick up it. I did one building of diesel power station in Sirte town of Libya in 1984, 1983-84. Yes, it's here. Let me show you plan first. What plan was? This is that plan. This is the top plan of the power station. These are 4 generators foundations. You can see that. These rectangular shaded areas, and there is a small rectangle here. One is alternator and one generator. 2 equipment are there, and building then RCC foundation around. These 4 generators are there. These are foundations, and isolation details of this I was talking of, and that is here. And if you see in section, the small section, there is a shed here. This is generator and alternator is written here. You can see that. And there is a cable trench in between. And you can see these lines down into foundation. These are bolts. This isolation is I'm talking of. Pockets, you see this shade in pockets. These pockets are for bolts of generator. And there is a combined foundation below alternator, and generator is below raft. This is a cable trench, and between these 2 foundations where bolts are shown and this raft is shown, there is a gap arrangement. You see, this is I'm talking of shock absorbing arrangement. You can see that. And this is sketch is showing how arrangement is working. See, 25 to 40 polystyrene in surrounding as well, and neoprene sheet. Then this is neoprene sheet in PVC. Then MS plate here, MS frame, and corners at bottom. These are all arrangements. This is vertical arrangement here. You can see vertical arrangement. This is for vertical and RCC. Then there is a section you can see polystyrene and PVC and neoprene sheet and polystyrene, polysulfide, polystyrene. Yes, this is thermocol type, and in this arrangement here it is placed here. This one is a plate here. And I will show you this plan of fabrication that we did, and on that we rested on this polystyrene etc. isolation. This is that plan of framing. This steel fabrication, mild steel fabrication, MS framing, these frames, angles etc. And then lamina, they call lamina sheet. In French language they call it lamina. And this is a system we placed in. You see how it is shown, RCC raft, and on that the system you can see this isolation system here. One is using arrows are showing sequence of that. First is written heavy duty polystyrene, then it is written neoprene sheets, then you can say visqueen sheet, and then you see lamina means plate, sheet. All these items are there. So isolation, this lamina sheet is connected with concrete of massive block, and isolation works here. Shocks shall not pass to this raft or dampened. You can say this is isolation system I am talking of. I just explained to you this one, not in today's talk, but just we should understand what is this. What is this, you can say. And if you want to see a little detail of that, maybe very closely, you can see that. This is that. And there are other small foundations in this as well, which are building foundations, not machine foundations. This type of foundations, also big one, more than 80 centimeters. So these are also, you can say, not thick elements, but size is more than that. So I'll go to talks now, other talks. So, Mr. Lucky Singh, welcome. Now, we have to move forward. So what I was talking about, massive block in concrete, because when I explain something, it brings something else also, just for differentiation. As I said, temperature variation. In massive block, quantity is more than 24 cubic meter, and quantity is not big issue. Consider this temperature control. It should not be allowed more than 24 cubic meter, and more than 8 cubic meter to whatever quantity. Can say, can be said if it's a big foundation like this massive block, which requires attention. And what is that attention? That is very important, because that is also a foundation. As I said, this is foundation. That attention is very important to be considered. that point to understand what I'm talking of. That is a technique. It's not simply we are talking of. That technique is very important to understand. I'll see if I can get that figure, that sketch. Try to get it. If I can immediately take it 1 minute to how it works. Sometimes it's not easy to find immediately. From boys and I wanted to tell you about this stepping arrangements of this spore. How we do in stepping arrangement. This contact this is revenue of this long contact number of versus global customer and chart of monthly expenses policy. So policy not available in this, I think. Let me see if I can get it again. I think I'm failing to get it here. Let us see if I get another one. Methodistic process. I got one. Let us see what is that. You see, this is one raft, for example. This is a raft here. You can see this is a raft here. Big pour we have to do, and I have shown some sequences here. I'll show you another picture and clearly this is an Excel sheet I draw. What it says, big area, you have to pour it. This is, these are not panels, these are only distances I'm showing, but this is, here I'm giving sequence number of pores. Now I'll just remember it. I'm showing another one better than this, what it is all about, massive block. Now you see that one. If you see this bottom sketch, you are finding a big size foundation, and I put lines on that. These lines are nothing vertical lines, but these are layer distribution. Will say in each I'm considering horizontally distributed portion of concrete in layers, and this is is vertical sequence of that. Means 40 centimeter layer each will pour, and that's what it shows. Means I say, you see the sequence numbers are written in that. First layer, second layer, third layer, fourth layer, and so many layers are divided or distributed in the whole volume. These are 1, 2, 3, whatever number. These lines are layers, and heights are given. We have to see how many layers we do in doing steps. Number of steps are given in that. Number 1, number 2, like that. It's okay, see clearly here, but means what I say we'll do in stepping. This is provision. Now what is that stepping is? That stepping was this as I showed before. If you see here, sequences are given 1, 2, 3, 4 like that, and notes are given there about that. So here it's called pour plan. means pour plan, this is called. I just explained to you what I was. You cannot just directly, this is very, you cannot get complete information from here. Or what is that? When it's deep foundation, a massive block, and long one, we have to divide it in dimension layers, say 2.5 meter wide, and say depth is 2 meters, width is any one, 20 meter, 15 meter, whatever it is. We cannot blindly concrete it. Cannot. Even it is raft, whatever. It's big, it's called heavy foundation actually. Term is heavy foundation. Heavy foundation is heavy not in weight but in work also. We have to work on planning of that. Design is one part. I'm not talking of design. Planning also on the part. But pouring is very different. It needs your skill. How do you think? As I said, we have to avoid cold joints. We have to avoid here. And we have to avoid flash shading. We have to do that as well. 2 meters in depth, 15 meters width or 20 meter width, and lengthwise too much. You divide in layers of 2.5 meter to 2.5 meter sections without any timber work. They are just imaginary and mark it. Then let us say corner, we start at corner. First layer, that's number 1. We will start from there, from one end to other end. It will take half an hour, sometimes maybe 1 hour, depending on quantity. 40 centimeter we pour, we vibrate it. Then we cannot pour immediately above that. Possible, it's not possible. So what we do, we pour one, let us say, other one, second one or third one, whatever you can do. Third one we can pour, no problem. Second one we can pour. Then we take first, above that, previous one. Means we take in steps. This we do, then we do this, then we do third one, we do third here, we do fourth here, and then after that we do third here, another one, 1, 2, 3, 4, like that. It should come in steps, It should come in steps. Let it flow little problem, but we are immediately doing after another layer. You cannot continue the whole I am doing in one layer. No, you cannot do that. Because if you do complete one layer whole, it takes 3 hours, then previous concrete is gone. You have to come back immediately to do previous concrete there, above that you do the other concrete. So let's say you put one, then you can say from other side you are coming for second one, let's come like that. You are going from this end, moving that. And other guy is coming for second layer from that side. Then you start from third layer this side, and you come back on the first, top, second. So first, 2, 3, and fourth. You say first at one corner, there is a fourth on top of that, second and third. Then another 1 or 2 more, and one coming from this side, one coming from that side, and you move up and down. So you are, it's not in this stair. This way you are going, not exactly this way. You cannot form this layer, this concrete in cold joint state. You have to do next layer vertically as well as horizontally, if it's like this or it's like that, without letting concrete be cold. It should be tempered one, it should be hot one. That is philosophy behind this. And of course you have to avoid flashing, but generally you do it in such hours when it's not too hot. If you are doing that, following that, is no worry about flash setting because temperature is low. Generally we do in low temperature at night, early morning, or throughout night, depending on quantum. If you have to do it in daytime, in hot temperature, and during that hour you have to avoid flash setting as well. So this is called different type of pour, in which different technology is used. I'm saying you write something on that. So certainly foreman will change that, no problem. As far as stepping continues, cold joints are avoided, flash setting is avoided, but documentation must be there for record and for understanding. As far as principle is not disturbed, and arrangement of a stop end is there, because this big foundation, though it's not done, it's not happened, it doesn't happen, but there should be preparation for cold joint in this case also. I mean to say stop end when suppose something breaks, batching plant doesn't work, You cannot mix immediately such concrete. So you have to stop there, that type of arrangement there. And remember, such massive blocks which are generally available, generally designed for plants, where cathodic protection also works here. Cathodic protection means control of corrosion of steel or control of rusting on steel. That's anode in foundation and also in superstructure, and that is centrally controlled to a room which is cathodic one, that from remote they absorb oscillations, they absorb that, and rust is not allowed there. That point we should understand. Or else, if rust is not required, then you use epoxy coated reinforcement, which does not permit oxidation on its surface. But if there is oxidation, that is on epoxy coating, not on reinforcement. So what I am saying, that I explained to you because that is very important. And their application of curing on that surface, once you finish it, you cannot use water for that curing directly, because it does not work. When you use water on slab, thin slab, it works because one side is formed, other side is unformed. Form means formwork is there, shuttering is there, so it is closed side, or either side is exposed side. So you can say about 40% of that concrete surface is exposed and 60% is covered by beams, by bottom of slab soffits, by side edges. So 40% surface is unformed. That requires controls of curing, and in column it's almost completely, except top is formed and beams is completely formed. But in massive block, even if it is formed on three sides, top is completely exposed. But there is differentiation of heat generations. It's low setting, low shrinkage. You try to avoid evaporation of that. Even if there is evaporation by heat generation, that should remain within concrete mass. It should not go out. And if you think that this plywood outside can allow transmission of the heat through some other reason, maybe 15 or 20% heat is transmitted, which shall be known to you when you use differential temperature meters or thermometers in that portion of concrete. While doing this, you shall know what is internal temperature, what is surface temperature, what is side temperature. Means there's various temperatures controls. You can know what's happening inside, because we generally don't use those the thermometers in ordinary concrete, but they should be used in heavy foundations just to know what's happening inside. And depending on that, you can know whether external curing is required, and if required, we can spray water on external surfaces and cover top with thermal surfaces like polystyrene cover, or you can say polystyrene cover, or you may say covering with some polythene sheet, and cover with that some sand, or do some sand cover directly on the surface and cover with polythene sheet, so that evaporation which results out from action of cement and water does not leave concrete but stays within concrete to treat that. Because purpose is treatment of concrete. There's curing. It doesn't matter whether you cure with water or you cure with some other treatment. Evaporation should not leave concrete, and if the water doesn't evaporate and doesn't go out, there's no meaning of replenishment of that lost water. That's purpose curing. In thin members, we in no other ways, we cannot treat thermally whole slab, but these massive blocks are treated from top, and we do not remove side shutters immediately. We wait for 7-8 days, and if we remove them, then we have to apply curing compound after spraying water on that. That's the only way. So there's a little difference in this. And what I explained to you, that we have to cover all this sand and all, cover with polythene sheet or polystyrene, something like that. Water doesn't evaporate outside, it stays within part of the mass of concrete. And this process is called thermal curing. And other process is water curing, hydro curing. This curing we generally do on thin members like slabs and columns, like say. This is hydro curing or water-based curing, whereas this is called thermal curing or heat-based curing. There are different types of curing. We are using generated here inside, not to live, but there we are allowing it to live. So the water is sprayed on that, placed on that to replenish those losses of water. This is a little difference, curing thoroughly. That was the purpose I told you that this is another element of curing. And if you say curing is another one, when you go to pre-casting, you go to pre-testing in the yard or workshop or the factory, or you can see different type of structures they precast, and just you have to imagine. They don't wait for water curing or something. They do autoclaving of that. Autoclaving is steam curing, which is called auto curing, autoclave curing, and that's very important. So there are various types of curing also, not only what we see or we understand from books, that is only normal steady curing, but experience says that you have to know from every project to other project. Because one time when I submitted statement, this was point I missed, and they say, no, we don't want this type of curing which you have taken. I could not know at that time that this massive block cannot be cured like that. I thought, and nobody actually in our organization also knew. So, but we had to talk to some person, and he demanded that type of curing, but that person has experience on such projects. So we changed that, and we did practically on site what they said, and that's what I learned from there. I'm not means on sites, on projects, you can learn more than what is given on books. There's a difference, because books are written by professors, and professors are not supposed to sites, they are not supposed to, they stay in universities to teach same syllabus every time, and it's not, they are not exposed to such experience, and we are as engineers in field. You know many more issues, many talks, but only difference is your experience is not reflected on books. That is certainly missing in our country. It should be on books. It's not. Of course, in other countries too, I don't know what sort of books they have, but we should respect professional books, but there's no scope at all. This was also, which I'm showing you, this is a professional book, but it didn't work well because people are not interested in that. Like, this is a practice, building practice, not building text or syllabus. It's nothing to do with syllabus. It's a practical field, experience based writing. I thought it would help, but no problem, it doesn't work. Experience is experience, you cannot run away with that. So I said that. So now we reached concrete, and we poured concrete slab. Curing is going on, it went on, and we have to manage controls. What about cubes? What about slump? What about temperature? I said, when your concrete is delivered, you have to take slump. You know what is slump, I need not tell that. We have to ensure this okay. And we say, when it's not within limits, we have to reject that. We have to reject that, no question. If it's fine, it's fine. Because there's no guarantee of anything. We should not take any risk. And we have to see temperature, as I said, temperature is very important. And air voids and all that's secondary, but this also is checked. We have to take cubes, we take cubes according to procedures. The purpose of cube is that we have to make sure on 7th day and on 20th day, required distance according to what is required or specified in codes, it should be, just to let it pass test. That's okay, we do that. But what happens when we don't do that? Or I mean to say, when we fail? It's not simply on 7th day test. What is purpose of 7th day test? Question is that, what is purpose of 20th day test? And what is purpose if we don't do that? What's objective we have? Our objective is that we have to make sure that whatever we do on site, that is according to specifications. And we assume that if these tests are fine, this concrete is fine. We assume that. That is assumption, not reality. Of course, codes speak that only. But don't forget, codes are written by human being, not by God. So, I cannot confirm what cube says, my concrete on site says. As an engineer, I cannot guarantee this. Because I have not tested that. How can I say? Cubes I tested, considering it's a specimen, and we got same concrete in this cube and on site. So we assume it should be same, but cubes are kept in laboratory conditions. On sites, even we store these cubes into water tank. We don't keep a site is not having any water tank on concrete. Column is not in water tank. Beam is not in water tank. Slab is not in water tank. It's generally cured. They cure them sometimes, they forget sometimes. They put Hessian on sometimes, then polythene on that, and they spray water on that. Sometimes they forget, so it dries out. But that cube, 6 cubes are within time. We take 3 one day and 3 another day. Those are in defined conditions, or you can say ideal conditions, not real conditions. And to and shift them to laboratory, they also do something. They arrange there how to test. And test results comes, and generally it is seen that test is always on the safer side. In rare cases they fail, but it happened with me. I'll talk on later. Now, question arises. If we don't believe that laboratory condition, why don't we keep them on sites? Why don't we keep these on sites? That is a question mark. Because I don't trust us as far as work is concerned. I don't trust anyone. But I have to satisfy myself. How to do that? There is only one way. Though it's not codified way. If you keep cubes there, you keep some cube on slab itself. Extra cubes. If you want to make sure that your work is fine, you cure them your way. When you cure slab, that time you cure them. Test them as you test in parallel. If you get results same as laboratory condition, it's fine, no problem. Because this is same somebody doesn't get that what to do. Means you have not conformed real work to laboratory work. Though we approve cubes. Okay, it's done, it's fine. That's assumption, it must be same. That's why there was a revision also in code. Before, for example, 40, M40 concrete, M40 in lab test, compression test, okay, fine. Now they do apply some standard deviation, and they want plus some plus value and some minus value. They want to adjust that, actually this adjustment, but that's not also good. Best is you keep on site and test, or you take out cores from that, though it's not acceptable because of so many reasons, but cores can be taken out from hardened concrete and tested. That's best way. But this is destructive way, you can say. You are taking out cubes from hardened structure, not assembled, and then you have to fill back with some chemicals, construction chemicals. So this is not acceptable, yet that is best way I say. Either keep cubes there or take hardened concrete from there just to confirm, or you can say experimented to confirm that it's fine. And that is real management, but that's not done. In some cases now they have added in context administration, you have to take course also. So gradually it may happen, but till now we are sleeping. We are in a way which is not a commanding way. So this is a real picture. One of my slabs, I was in this project, head engineer, chief engineer, on our side it happened, and it took 6 months to handle that slab. And in Abu Dhabi, it took 6 months. It was I think 96 or 97. You know what happens in construction line? People get tired very soon. working throughout night, they get tired. Thursday night and Friday is road rest day. Just go off. Nobody remembers anything this way. Next day, they don't know whether cube was taken up from water or not, or put in water or not, or they cared about curing or not. The result was failure of cubes. Sometimes due to so many reasons happens, but we had so much work behind that, after that. I was mad there in that case how to get it done, because you cannot break slab, and ultimately we got success by whatever means. We talked to some engineer who's material controller, or that we quality engineer, and we solved that of 6 months, or many tests done on that, including load test was done. See, load tests are expensive tests, and later on they said something, and it was not actually a good one for us, but later on they said, oh, this was okay, this concrete is okay at end of 6 months. So that I'm saying, it's not suitable, it's not acceptable, and not in interest of someone, that be careless. Just think you do concrete and then you have to break it again because it doesn't meet your requirement. Shall you be happy with that? Who will be happy with that? It's concrete. Concrete, if not cured, just remember, if you take bath, if you don't take bath, it doesn't make a difference. You can take bath anytime. It's not curing you, it's just cleaning your body. But if you don't cure concrete, why it is called curing? Have you ever thought of? It's a treatment. It gets some disease of operation from this, and there's a defect in its structure. It cannot work together, it cannot get some full strength, that's why it's cured. This is the purpose of curing. It's not that we want curing. It's just food, chemical reaction, generates heat, and heat generates evaporates water, and water is there for complete reaction. It takes place so many days, which takes place complete in 28 days and more, up to 28 days. So, but we have to be curing for lesser than that period, 10 days maximum, 14 days. If it doesn't get food, it will remain hungry. That's purpose. So curing, suppose you forget, you keep concrete hungry, it shall not be same strong as a hungry man. Hungry man is strong? Never. No, it's hungry concrete. You kept it there of food and then it lost its strength. What shall you do? Think. Though you may say, oh, it's water is wasted, this is wasted. If your concrete fails, what shall you do? It's easy to remove. Even if you remove, it takes a lot of time, because you cannot bring bulldozer or JVC and remove that. You cannot do that. You have to gradually dismantle it very carefully, and whatever done on that is all lost. It's big issue. Don't take it lightly. Don't play with curing. If you play with curing, you're playing with your life, you're playing with your project, your reputation. That your people cannot even understand what curing is. Well, just try to just explain it in a warning way, alert way. Otherwise, that is your slab work, beam work, column work, foundation work. These are general works, and this RCC wall as well. Wall is same thing as column. RCC wall, shear wall, as I said, as I show you sketches of elevators, lifters, and that's very complex work. Because 4 sides you have to pour. Just think, 4 sides of lift you have to pour. You cannot say I pour one side and leave others. 4 sides you have to pour in level. You cannot say one I pour full 4, other one I leave 1 meter. It will not balance each other, because all 4 walls are connected into one monolithic unit, and little pressure difference can cause movement of the sea, even if it is bolted on. You have to move it in a way equal level of concrete is felt. Otherwise, it will move from its position, or it will bulge in vertical position, it can cause a big problem. So lift concrete is different one. You have to say full height you pour, and it takes time. If for 40 centimeters one layer, it may take 4 layers, I will say, sorry, 10 layers. Yes, 10 layers it will take, around layers. So this is time consuming. So we have to be very careful because they are, forget what designs you are having here. You are doing some columns, 4 columns, and there's a B masonry between two. That's not what's required. So lift and also stair concrete. That's also a very big point. This is lift. A door is there, so you cannot take whole way one, but you have to take up the door. And when doors 2.1 meter comes, then you can take on top of that full. So 2.1 and 4 meters, so you can say 1.9 meter is balanced there. 2.1 is a 1.9, you can do 4 sides. Whereas up to 2 of it, you can do 3 sides and part of 4th side. This is a complicated concrete, and here they just use block work or brick work, and they don't do. So I think here they don't worry about that, but that's a big worry. There's a bank of so lift bank is here. Maybe there's no single lift. There are 4 or 5 lifts together. It's tedious job, very tedious job. Design of formwork and steel design, and then your pouring method. It's really complex. And when you talk of stair, longitudinal stair, people don't understand that method actually. A longitudinal flight means waist and then landing, and then another one like that, you connect with that. People don't know how to do that. Design is one part. Design is one part means it's also confusion. They don't know how to design the building. You can take riser as a unit and decide height. That's the way, practical way. Otherwise you'll find different risers, minimum 154, 150 days, 120, means no standard specification for that. Fix it and use height of building, decide height of building like that. I am using say 125 riser. So how many risers? Let's say 12 risers or 15 risers reach here, but you can't do more than 12. So you have to decide first how many risers you want in that building, how many landings you want in the building, and where reach. And then you don't change riser. If you change riser, you will disturb all design. Don't use riser. It's not happy with you. Though I'm going to think of that. But this stair is very complicated because you have to do complete reinforcement of steps and waist and landing and all that. And you have to cast in one go as well. Generally people try to cast in 2 goes. That's not wrong technically. But if you are able to cast in one go, because this is also very slow concrete. If you use pump, it's not slow, it's okay then. So where complexities arise, you're talking of, and you can say cantilever element also, cantilevers arrangement and fascia arrangement, all this require specific types of actions. There's hanging equipments, hanging walls, and all that. So you cannot say that everything is okay. Column is important from some viewpoint and it's used for something else. People just, they are nonsense. They do something here, this labor contracts and so, which is not really tentative and because it's systematic. So we have to understand this point. Concrete itself is a big technology and we cannot miss like that. We have to take each and every point into our consideration, into our view. Now what actually we are taking to? Walls, thin walls, or these are general names. So foundations, I have told you how we do heavy foundations, and soil and compaction is very important. Compaction for backfill. Don't take backfill a drama. Don't take it as a joke. Be serious for that. Your backfilling is important foundation of building. Though it's not called foundation, yet it is like a foundation. Backfill means first you take care of soil, and if you don't take care of soil, you won't save yourself. You have to take care of your soil. It's an important one. Understand soil, compact that before doing blinding concrete, or else you will not have reliable foundation. Same thing applies to backfilling. After your foundations are done and you are going to backfill, first of all you have to go to laboratory and ask them, give a range of this one and compare the range of these two. If you compare the range of these two, you will find that something is very tedious there. First, you cannot reach every corner of that fill, and second, it's deep fill. Maybe in some cases 1 meter to 1.5 meters or 2 meters depending on how it is, and you have to put in a layer of 20 mm or 200 mm thick, which has to be pushed down to 150 mm. Every layer requires graded fill or granular fill. You cannot fill back whatever you have. You cannot fill back material that you received from your excavation. That is not permissible if it's not granular one, if it's not graded one, if it doesn't have any interlocking power, it cannot give you basis. You cannot use that. If it's clay excavation, you cannot use clay in backfill, where it doesn't work practically. Clay cannot work in your backfill, but unfortunately I have seen people use it. Maybe they don't want to spend money, but they don't understand harm by that, your structural that. It should be granular backfill. Grain-like backfill means just like your grains are. Grains, you understand, this weight or rice and that type of interlocking means which goes into each other and densifies. And when it's much densified, it is interlocked, which will give you a better strength, better response. Your fill will respond to capacity, means bearing capacity, and friction, internal friction. Internal interlocking means generation or creation of friction among each particle, each stone particle, which friction keeps intact and imparts to its strength. Bearing capacity increase and resistance to motion, resistance to horizontal shear of seismic and vertical loads increases. It's difficult to debond these particles. To break their bonds is very difficult. So graded fill, graded means one size, then not one size actually, different size in range. If you say curve in which you will find different range, different sizes down to minimum size, and same way, so something is 20 mm. Generally below 40 mm size is allowed, not more than 40 mm. 40 mm more than is not allowed. So we have to take all organic materials out. Organic material, since this plantation, if there is some plantation material which has to be removed, if there is some other material which is organic, we have to remove, because we cannot allow organic impurities into soil. And we have to then change ratio also if required. We can proportion by adding some other material into that, so that complete range of size variation and interlocking arrangements are imparted to our fill. And then we have to fill in layers, and the first layer should be 20 mm, 200 mm thickness, but brought back to 150 mm thickness by compacting. Compacting can be done by excavation, by just JVC, you call this machine, or roller, whatever you have. You can fill this, wait for this, and ask JVC guy or your plate compactor guy to go to your machine. Well, it's backfill. You have to test it. First you have to test in laboratory conditions. You have to take that sample of material got from some source. You have to take that material to use laboratory, get report what it says. You have to give some recommendations. And if you test your site excavated material also and it's suitable, laboratory material is suitable, and once they may say, no, you have to mix this much into that, you mix into that, and then you start. Because remember, there are many tests. You have test laboratory, you should have good relation with them. That is only through royalty of material. So this happens. If you fill that, if you get the report from laboratory, that laboratory will say this is value of density, this can get this much density filled. That standard report will tell you, laboratory report, this can get 98% density, or it can get 105, or they can 90. Means they will define something. They will keep something with them. This is for record purpose of them, that the original sample was this attributes. So then you take samples. This was not sample. This is just a soil. They do something and compact it there. So that becomes standardized. Then of course, once you have that report with you and you make material like that, you have to start backfilling after clearing, also clear out all tanks. And once tanks are closed, okay, each layer then you have to fill 20 centimeter compacted to 15 centimeter using plate compactor. You know, heavy machine, say this size, about 60 centi or 70 centi wide and 1 meter or less, tick 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 tick, like that. You spray all wheel in that fill. Of course, using some water and drying it out, it should come back to 150 mm and test it. And in which areas you cannot reach, your machine cannot reach, in corners somewhere or in some patched area, you have to bring another smaller machine and jumper is there. That's called jumper. So one is compactor, plate compactor, one is jumper. Use that, they are compact corners of that. You cannot compact by rammers, hand rammers, that's not that much competent for this work. And when you test, call our laboratory technician will test and will generate this percentage. This is a proctor density, we call it. This is proctor density, and will give you this is okay, go on, because that will compare to your laboratory sample. This is about foundations, and you can see, sorry. Now after each layer is compacted, it's very difficult job actually. It's difficult in the sense it's not quality, it's volumetric. You are trying to give yourself something which you think no other give you. So in 98% they may say 98% it's okay. It's a structural field, it's called engineered field, it's called, when you are doing all this grading and interlocking, and we are importing and also mixing something else. It's complete process. This is a big process. The quantity is big. You have stockpiled somewhere, a mountainous type stockpile, and you are mixing some of the material in that way, some material, or importing something, you are mixing them on site and then testing. So it's very good material. And when it gives a 98% proctor density, because of comparison to that material is submitted, and in that comparison it may be even sometimes more than 100%. It can be in every layer you are filling and testing. That is very standard item, very important item, remember. And of course where there is a chances of vibration, all that, it's very significant one. So don't think that the backfill is very not very important, but you do whatever you are. No, that's not right. That's not the case. In the case of backfill, it's very important item, because you are filling it back, means you are creating ground. In fact, backfill doesn't mean just backfill. It means you are creating a ground among areas within your building. You had taken out that, you have disturbed natural soil where you excavated, you disturb that soil. You are filling it back to again reach its that level, which it will take many years. And by that time you again do something on this, and it will not give you any practical answer. This point to understand very well. Don't take backfill just in a sentence. Oh, it's staying from 15th or 30th and ending on 30th the next month. There's no article on that. It's only your article, no article. So this is where we talk of backfill. Remember, backfill internally or externally are very important. and this must be taken care of. We want the structure not to collapse, whatever happens not to collapse. Then we can say that backfill is one part, structure another part, curing is one part, all that we have talked of. After that, structurally I am talking, there are retaining wall as well. Retaining also, when we fill, we have fill, and you might have seen these flyovers where you pass your traffic on a ramp or a slope trough. But on sides, do you know what's there? How they retain? These walls are there and they retain their fills or their surcharges. That is what I say, material use of that country. This is material management actually. You are strengthening your structure by this management. It's nothing else. Means you are increasing life of those foundations also that you have laid, because during horizontal movement, if there is more resistance from your soil, it supports. Though we don't consider that in calculations, but it works. If strength is there, if resistance is there from that soil, it helps fighting earthquake. It helps. It's not simply I'm saying that we do it. So I should say retaining wall that retains some fill. It's also a structural wall. Of course it's wall, but with varying details. Pressure of earth lies vertically down. As high it is, as much it is. As low it is, as less it is. Height more pressure, less, just like it happens in water. But density of earth is much more than water. Much more. In normal way, it may be 2.5 tons, 2 tons, depending on the variation. But compaction increases density, that's required. We need densification. Compaction means packing. Pack and do like this, means solidify to some level finally, which can reach in 20 years, that can reach in 15 years or 30 years or 50 years. That is an earth one. That is equal to earth density. What we say natural, like a natural, you may say. This is consolidation, total solidification of that fill. Total solidification. That is, if it doesn't come to water, that is not waterproof. This is best one. That something comes to water. This is not waterproof. It's a thick one. So is retaining wall, I would say. We have to design retaining wall to see how we can cast it. We cast it, and it is a part of other structures as well. So we'll talk of that when we have time. What I am saying is why I created all this background of this, machine foundations or building foundations and all that, these walls, shear walls, lift, stair. Why I am doing all this? I am doing this because I want to tell you how to check these works. That is purpose. There is a statement that we have to provide for each activity, and that is called checklist of that inspection and test plans. That's sole purpose behind this. Means we have to test it, and those test lists I told you before also that, let me see, there's a file here. Yes, this is here. I just blow it up for me. I have put this file somewhere in that. You can see quality assurance requirements, and this is checklist and ITPs, inspection and test plans. This page, let me see one minute, please. This now setting out, for example, this one is setting out and excavation. This is item 1. In my record, this is item 1. and setting out and excavation. What do you think about that? We have talked a lot, but we actually think about that. I say reference to project P plans and individual building plans. Means every project has certain plan that is called P plan, which gives you complete details of that project in brief. Means where is what and what is where. Where is this building, where is that building, where is road, where is whatever is on that project, that is given this, like can say, kind of master plan. And then this individual plan which is for each building. This is called reference to any project what you do. Project P plans and individual plans. This is part of job. You have to touch that first to know where you are and what is that project. After that, because you have that, then there is a grids calculation in all directions. The grids, I want to say, it is two-dimensional, which is horizontal and vertical, or you can say x-axis and y-axis. So that defines you which coordinate your building is or which coordinate you are talking at. That is called notation of grids, A, B, C, D, like 1 to 10 or whatever it is, whatever you can say. Calculations of grids all direction, and that is done in reference to coordinate calculation. And you know coordinates, I'm talking north, south, east, west, all that. Depending on that, you can say there's so many north and so much west, east. You can say geometrical pattern, if you understand that. And after that, if you go further, that is level profiles conversion from GPS. Level profiles conversion from GPS. Geo, you know what is GPS? Everybody knows. GIS, we call it. What we say actually, level profiles and coordinates converted from real to coordinate, actually to other one. Now there is fixed level everywhere, in every city, every nation, every area. We calculate level in relation to sea level, and we transfer it to that level. That is a common one, and that you cannot change, but you can, after fixing that level, assume that to be 0 for your site. That is different. You can assume for your site 0, that's not the point, but that is equivalent to that which you pulled from there, which you flew yours from there. Same thing applies to coordinates. You said this is latitude, this is departure. On that, you say that whatever there is a standard one. From the standard one, they fix that one to your site, and this is this one, and that's that. And you can assume that as it is, or you can convert it to some other figure and use that. So what actually, from security point of view, these guys on plants, they do not actually use their own coordinates. They use some replaced coordinates, and as I said, that is different to calculate. You can calculate that one. So both levels are called, either you cut this level onto your benchmark and change it to 0, or you follow that same, but it depends upon what's given on your drawing. If your drawing is given this GPS levels, then you cannot change them, you have to follow that. If this drawing is not only, you can take here, you just take this, how much, how down and how one, this jet what it says in this, that way you may say that we are using transfer levels. Transfer from your calculation, we are taking all levels, and this versus that. And this is level issue, plant levels, and this is on the plant formations. Plant formations, like says, alright, now I'll say. Now, as I said, coordinates converted from real to coordinates on site. That is, plant coordinates means we change so that our secrecy should be maintained. Everybody should not know where this vessel is, because we are changing coordinates. So that is planted coordinates and planted levels. Then there is a third-party certification. This is optional one, because these are national levels and national coordinates. There are expert people in this field. Freelancers are, you can give this job to them to transfer these levels to you, and that they can do, and you can fix their sums, and they then say, okay, fine, I done service to you, I transferred your levels, transferred your this, and now I am going back, or I am going to my duty. Whatever is that. There is a certification is done by those people who are third party consultants or third party dealers for levels and for Janet, or these reference levels of town. What happens after that? This is 1 hectare. Now, third party has certified that. This third party freelancer has certified that. So responsibility goes to that person, not to you. But that party will not know because they are expert on that. After that, now we say we are talking about excavation and setting out, so we have to concentrate on that. So we got two references, one is label and one is coordinates at one point on site. What to do then? Certification is received and setting of offsets from building lines. Setting offsets. Now we have plot area of that building, and we are given some coordinates level somewhere, and we have to prepare for excavation and let out. First we have to set out that our coordinates, and we have to provide all arrangements. We do that, and then we have to fix our levels of planted levels and coordinates, planted coordinates. We have to fix them on site in a way that it suits all activities on site, all activities in all areas, whatever areas we do have. That is where we require this work. And after that we say setting out our offsets from building plans and margin for working areas. Excavation cannot be done blindly, you know it very well. You need some area for work all around, and that marginal area depends on depth of building foundation. And if it's less depth, means you need just area at some level at top. It's deep one, and you need more area, and that's what we have to think about, because after all this rock and excavation, this is not rock and head. So that's what you have to consider, working areas in that case. And this is very much technical job, means you have to visit site many times and think on and calculate. Then margins of working area, and in case value required, that's very important, value required. Value required in case. This is my experience. Value means sometimes we are free, sometimes we are not free. Free in a sense, we can blindly work. Sometimes we are bound. Example, my building is here. They know it's on drawing, it's on master plan, but there's heavy electrical line passing, or you may say heavy utility lines passing. Utility services, which is very big one, plant service passing, but nobody cared when they designed this plan that this portion should be here, this building should be here, and we cannot blindly go away with work because we are professionals. We have to make sure that this work should be located in services free area where there is no impact from running services onto this building. That is what we call what is surrounding our building. We have to see what kind of services can be there. There can be electrical services, there can be water services, there can be sewer services, or any other kind of service which is not in control of this powerful person. It is not by control. In that case, what should we do? We have to make sure that this electrical service or whatever service is there, this should run in reasonably defined limits. Then we have to refer, we have to go to those departments, or we have to find other ways. Best way is to talk to those departments whose service it is and tell them we are going to do this. Formally we have to do this. If these people say no problem, you are free to do this, And we are free to do this if they give us writing. And if they don't do that, what are we to do? That is the real point. What are we to do in that case? He said, no, this you cannot place your building, you cannot site your building at this point. Our sewer line is there, we can't change it. Or our firefighting line is there, we can't change it. Or our oil line is there, our gas line is there, we can't change it. Our electric overlight pylon is there, we can't change it. There can be many such issues. Then you are not able to site that building, so this was an error in your design, then you have to reconsider that design. And this, what I am talking about, is called leave. You have to leave this much area from this service, and then you have to find orientation and design accordingly, or else no, you have to leave this area. Your design is wrong. Your designer did not consider that point. Your designer not go to site. Your designer did not read what laws are. Your designer did not know much about it, just acted as structural design. Architect ignored, structural engineer ignored. This is the mistake by both. It's not your mistake, don't worry. This is what is done. Really, it's very complicated but important. No way out, no way out. If you do it, you make a mistake, you will be penalized, you will be prosecuted, and you have to remove your work. No one can accept that because they won't change their services. These are millions of rupees they worked on that, and they can't shut down their plant, they can't shut down their line, they cannot do it. It's impossible. This is not one. This is a plant, for example, so you can't work there, and that is impact of value on your work. Means you did some error, you redefine that, you revise your master plan, or whatever you have done. It may take some time, but no one can help you if you had not been sleeping. If you're sleeping, fine, sleep. That is what I say. Contract, bylaws, laws are very considerable to do your job. If you cannot do that, this is not simple engineering alone. This is inter-engineering with others. This is a part of engineering to make sure that you are not interfering in live services. Or not in live, maybe in future some services come. You should take care of everything. That is very important point we have to consider, and that was purpose of this. Now actually I have started this list, and this is long list, not so. It has got many items on this, and this item is not yet complete, and it is that I am saying this item. We will talk it later on. So many setting out and excavation. This is item. After that there is another item, and that is in the same item, you can say hand excavation, and then it is checklist for formation, and another would be checklist for blinding, then concrete protection and waterproofing, then checklist for foundation footings and stub columns, preparatory work, then backfill works, and then you can say grade slab, or you can say plinth level slab, floating slab, like that. Every RCC column works, means activities would be then walls work, RCC walls work. After that it shall be RCC lift well walls, as I just explained to you, and in that case it shall be longitudinal stair works. You know what is longitudinal stair works. And then suspended, you can say list for RCC suspended slab, and likewise we will move further on that, and it would be another one, this RCC pedestal footing for steel frames, and then RCC footings blocks for steel frames. That will be RCC for DC generator, alternator foundation. Then this is fair face structural work, RCC fair face, and RCC architectural finish work, and RCC Howdy blocks, Howdy slab, HOURDY, Howdy slab. And then is RCC sloping portion slab, then RCC sloping portion suspended slab, RCC heavy compressor foundation work, and then it will be like that. It shall be RCC tabletop column works, then RCC tabletop works, then it shall be below ground RCC swimming pool works, and it shall then be your shooting range, firing or shooting range work, and then it will be foundation footing, concrete pour, checklist for that, and after that stub columns or concrete pour, and it will be then grade slab, other combinations. So these are major items that will talk of quality issues, quality control issues. Next time we'll continue. Means it's complete detailed technical work we are contemplating on how to improve our activities on such projects. If you understand that, it will work for everybody, and that is important. So I just created background for you people what we are going to talk about, and why I have to show all these sketches, because we are dealing with them directly or indirectly, just to understand what it is. And with this I'll take closer from you people. Thank you very much. Thank you all who are there. Mr. Lucky who's joined, all that I don't know, I can't see. Well, thanks all of you. And sorry, I'm getting some actions here.